isn't always easy. So you need to work with someone you can trust to help you get the right home and auto coverage. And I'm not talking about your barber's buddy who sells insurance on the side. That's why I only recommend working with a Ramsey Trusted Insurance Pro. I would send my own family to them, and I have. They're vetted, which is just a fancy way of saying we filtered out all the duds. And they know your area like the back of their hand. And most importantly, these independent pros work for you, not an insurance company. So you know they're not going to sell you a cheap, crappy policy that earns them a commission but doesn't protect you. Plus, they'll shop across multiple carriers to find you the right policy at the right price. To get started, go to RamseySolutions.com/bundle. That's RamseySolutions.com/bundle.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and the search continues for missing employees at the site of a Washington State factory explosion.
At this point, 9 employees remain unaccounted for, and search efforts are really dire. Officials just telling us moments ago this is a recovery operation. What we've learned from officials is because of this chemical tank that ruptured, they're saying that there's still about 90,000 gallons worth of this hazardous chemical inside that could be really detrimental, of course, to the first responders.
ABC's Melissa Aiden reporting.
Goal!
The World Cup is just about 2 weeks away, and while the public will be focused on what happens on the pitch, law enforcement around the country will be more concerned with what happens off it.
Security is a top priority, but protecting essentially an entire continent is a challenge, according to former DHS Undersecretary John Cohen. He tells Arizona's Morning News.
11 cities across the United States are hosting World Cup games, but also there are communities that are hosting World Cup base camps. So teams will actually be there for the duration of the game. So the security implications and the law enforcement implications are extraordinary.
One of those base camps right here in the valley in Mesa. Cohen says law enforcement agencies have been preparing for this for more than a year, looking at how to protect the public from physical and cyber attacks. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Negative wage growth in Arizona is worsening the affordability crisis, according to this Republican lawmaker.
Arizona Congressman David Schweikert tells the Mike Broomhead Show the state needs to be attracting new business to increase competition and raise wages.
If you even look at the 2025 data for 2 of the 3 employment categories, non-farm, service, non-farm, they went down in wages. We actually had negative wage growth in a number of our categories.
The Republican blames policies at the federal and state level for increased inflation. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you can see that full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Highlight on housing.
The first half of the 2020s have doubled the rates for average Arizona home mortgages. Zach Milne, a senior economist with the Common Sense Institute, says it comes down to several combining factors. He tells Arizona's Evening News interest rates, with the exception of 2025, have been climbing steadily during this 2020s, and housing growth has only kept up with average population growth. The budget standoff between Governor Hobbs and our Republican-controlled legislature may finally be nearing an end.
3 weeks ago, Governor Hobbs vetoed a budget proposed by Republicans that she called unbalanced and reckless. Now, however, things have seemingly changed, with Hobbs saying earlier this week, quote, "I'm confident we'll get to a bipartisan balanced budget that works for Arizona." Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about the ongoing budget negotiations.
I would say we're pretty much 99% of the way there.
Wow.
I can't give specifics because we make sure our whole caucus is on board.
The two sides must negotiate the budget by June 30th to avoid a state government shutdown. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
You can listen to the full interview on KTAR.com and tune in tomorrow on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos as they talk to the governor, Katie Hobbs, on this and other topics starting at 5 o'clock. The man who stole $140,000 worth of merchandise from multiple Walmarts has been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Alexander Dantzler stole from Walmarts in several Arizona counties in 2 separate operations. He will have to pay back the money he stole in restitution. You can read more at KTAR.com. Time now to take a look at those roads and see how it looks where you're headed this afternoon. Commander Bill is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
We've got a few freeway issues. A crash 202 westbound at 32nd Street. It's off to the right-hand side with slowing approaching and staying with you in through the mini stack. An earlier crash along I-10 westbound approaching 51st Avenue. That's what's causing all that heavy traffic. That starts back at the mini stack. And the eastbound side of I-10 just overloaded for about a 4-mile stretch between Saraval and Dysart. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
95 for our high today, 70 the overnight low, and staying in the low to mid 90s right through Saturday. It is 93 currently in Phoenix at Sky Harbor Airport. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
Woohoo! A lot of people will tell you. Hour number 1, best of the hours.
Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It is a Wednesday.
Ooh.
We bring you the face-off.
Dun, dun, dun.
A little while, we'll tell you who's going to be facing off. Got a great panel.
Yeah.
And make sure you're here. We're going to talk about why doesn't the president just finish the war if we're winning so greatly? Why don't we just finish it off?
Yeah.
Instead of negotiating to end it all. So that's something we're going to discuss. And Mark Lamb is in huge trouble. There's pictures. And there's swinging, from what I understand.
And it probably won't matter at all.
Swinging and
won't matter at all.
Racist jokes.
Yeah.
We'll discuss.
I think he's aiming too low. He should be looking at president. I guess the Senate might not be good enough for him.
He's running for Congress.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's not good.
No. Welcome back.
Hey, did you have yesterday off too?
No.
Oh, okay. You did the show. Oh, good. At least somebody's doing.
Somebody did the show along with the Weather Bunny. Ian
good.
Schwartz was in here.
I was in Rocky Point.
Yeah.
It was packed.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that.
We should because where did people go on Memorial Day? It appears a lot of them.
Half of Phoenix showed up in Rocky Point?
A lot of them were in my backyard. And to be honest, I was like, why don't you leave?
Yeah.
I like it when it's a little less calm.
Well, that sounds like fun, though.
Fun.
Right?
So yeah, it's fun. I have a little bit of a tan.
Yeah. But so why are nearly half of Americans saying that their lives are lacking in fun?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, 12% say they can't remember the last time they had a full free day to enjoy themselves.
Interesting.
Half of America says life has no joy.
All right. Well, isn't the younger generation rocking the work balance lifestyle?
They're supposed to be.
Okay, because that's what I thought. You know,
they're not tied to a job. If it gets too difficult, they just quit. Let's get another one.
I don't know if it's that simple. That seems a little bit lazy to me, but
yeah.
I don't think that they're lazy. I'm just...
No, but they're just not tied to a job. They don't have any expectation they're going to retire at the job they're at.
Correct. But I think a lot of them want to do the job. They want to make money, and they want to see... Because I thought, well, let's go on a trip.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
But if you don't have money to go on a trip...
Okay.
Is that part of the reason?
Okay, so is it the economy that is bringing people to the realization of, you know what? I'm not making enough money. And I wish I was making enough money because then maybe I would go somewhere on Memorial Day. You know, maybe people didn't go to Rocky Point because they didn't want to pay the gas prices. I mean, I don't know. It could be. Are you not making enough money?
About 6 in 10 of those people who say they don't have any fun.
Don't use those people. It's very racist.
Say that the single biggest obstacle is money.
Okay.
Budget constraints. Followed by packed schedules, work obligations, and just general burnout. So they're saying they are fun deprived because they don't have any money to do fun.
Fun deprived.
Fun deprived.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, fun deprived.
Okay. So what are you spending your money on? Is it one of those things where maybe you need to budget a little bit differently? Is it one of those things where, you don't need 9 streaming channels? You don't need the best iPhone that's out there. I mean, my iPhone's like 3 years old. It's fine. By the way, I'm running out of storage. I need to ask you about.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, no, it's called pay for it. Yeah,
because I don't want to.
Apple has a deal for that.
Yeah, okay. We'll have
a surprise.
Well, you're good at that stuff. But is that it? Are you buying the $7 cup of coffee at Starbucks that you absolutely don't need?
I think you're painting with a broad brush. I think there's plenty of people out there who aren't extravagant spenders,
right?
Who still say, the idea of a vacation weekend or a long weekend in Rocky Point to them,
right.
It's not just the gas, it's the food, it's the hotel or whatever you stay, Airbnb. Yeah. They're like, that's just out of the question. Like it could be $1,000 or whatever. They're like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Listen, I'm just bringing up the issue of are you budgeting your money the best that you can? That's all. That's all. That's why I bring up the streaming. Everybody's got all the streaming.
But does
Starbucks?
Fun,
I mean, are you spending money frivolously?
Does fun have to equate spending money, though? Is that part of the problem? And again, I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but maybe part of the problem is I can only have fun when I spend X amount of dollars. And maybe that is part of the problem. There are things you can do, and you can generate joy in your life that don't cost anything.
Like what?
For me?
Yeah.
Volunteering.
You like to volunteer. Yeah.
It's amazingly fun.
You like it.
It is one of the funnest things I do is work with some of the different charities I work with. That is I generate fun off of that. Mm-hmm. Smiles, laughter, fun. I look forward to it. It's fun. It doesn't cost me anything.
Yeah.
Other than time. I mean,
like my fun is my wife and I have different groups of friends that we can go and do something with, and it doesn't cost that much money. Like we have a church group that we see once a week.
Right.
That's fun.
Right.
We've got 3 or 4 couples that we go out with. We're not spending a ridiculous amount of money. Like for dinner, we go out and we do. That's fun. I will play softball on Friday. That costs me every 2 months $40.
Right.
That doesn't cost a whole lot. That to me is fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe it's the hobbies. I feel like I'm very busy. I feel like I have a lot of hobbies. I think you do too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have
I have some expensive hobbies too. Please don't get me wrong.
No, I get it, and that's all right. You can have that. I mean, we have an expensive hobby. We like to go down to Rocky Point sometimes. Okay, well, sometimes that costs a little money, but we're willing to do that, and we're fortunate enough to be able to do that. But I wonder if we're losing our way and not knowing how to have any more fun. Because what we're talking about is half of Americans say we're not having any fun anymore.
No more fun in their lives.
Maybe it's because we got more and more people not getting married. I find marriage extremely fun.
That sounds horrible.
It doesn't sound horrible. It's a lot of fun. You get a partner for life, and you get to go, and you get to do, and you get to see, and you get to be together. I think if you ask me, the most fun I've had maybe in my life over the last 3 months. Our kid had a kid.
Yeah, that's amazing, right?
This grandkid is the absolute joy of my entire life.
I know that it has changed your fun quotient.
It really has.
Yeah.
And everybody said that was going to happen, and I was like, okay, well, I'm
sure. But
until
you experience
it's a totally different thing. Like I can't wait to see that kid again. And so
I would just challenge people that if some of this is keeping up with the Joneses, because I see other people. We've seen this before on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and they're living their best life on a beach somewhere.
Right. Facebook is phony.
Yeah,
you're putting your best foot forward, and
they could be miserable on a beach. Although I'd like to try. Don't get me wrong.
It's pretty tough.
It's. Let's be honest.
You're not going to be miserable on a
beach. But the point being is, you don't have to judge your fun based on what other people are doing.
That is a great point.
Thank you.
I think you don't have to be so happy about it.
I'm very excited.
You know what? Like what are we at the end of May? You finally made a good point.
Yeah, it takes a while. I get it.
Don't judge what other people are doing and compare it to yourself. Who cares what anyone else is doing?
Right.
That doesn't do it. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I learned a long, long time ago. And it helps with you some perspective. No matter what you're thinking, There's somebody better off than you, and there's somebody worse off than you.
Right.
There's somebody that makes more money than you. There's somebody that makes less money than you. There's somebody that's happier than you. There's somebody that's sadder than you. None of us are the extremes. I hate to break it to you. None of us are the bookends. We're all somewhere in the middle.
All right. When asked what kind of activities count as fun, all right, and we're talking about why half of Americans say we're not having any fun anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Watching TV topped the list. There you go. If you're going to sit your rear end in front of a television and that's the only thing you're doing, like, yeah, you're not living. Again, you're talking to a guy who absolutely loves, by the way, his 30-year-old couch that I get to keep. Okay? All right? I'm on his
30-year-old
couch. Okay? And I like to park it right in front of the television.
Okay.
And I like to steal everybody's password and watch streaming. I love that. But I got to tell you, like, if we're talking about what kinds of activities count as fun, and the number one answer is TV, you're missing out on life. You are missing out on life.
There is a lot you can do. And again, I would just challenge people and say that everything doesn't have to come with a dollar figure. And fun is a state of mind that you have. And listen, I've been on expensive vacations and didn't have fun.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And like we said, you can volunteer and do things around your community, have the time of your life, and won't cost you anything. So
half of Americans not having enough fun.
Let's pick up the fun quotient, people. Let's go. Check of the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn to do that for us. Up next, more and more couples, especially the younger ones, are hiding their finances from each other. What's changed? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
Marte with a drive. There it goes. Ketel Marte is at it again.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have won 9 of their last 10 games, improving their record to 30-24. That's their best record since 2023 when they made it to the World Series. While a recent easy stretch of their schedule has helped, Arizona sports host Vince Morales says there's plenty that makes him feel this is not a fluke.
I did not have big hopes for the Diamondbacks going into this year, but when you consider where they are and the realities around them and what's on the way in terms of help, my confidence level has grown quite a bit.
The D-backs will play the San Francisco Giants this afternoon, looking for a sweep. And, of course, that game's on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Going to be in the low to mid-90s the rest of this week, right on into Saturday, and it's 93 right now in Laveen. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
He's the top candidate for the East Valley seat in Congress, but will accusations of sexual impropriety, sexting, and racist jokes kill the campaign of former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, on Arizona's Morning News Thursday on KTAR's YouTube channel and 92.3 FM.
Did you try and answer that question?
I did. Sorry.
Your mic wasn't on. Do you want to repeat what you said?
No. Won't hurt his chances.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think he should drop out?
It doesn't matter. He's not going to. Won't hurt him in the slightest. Living legend coming to Phoenix, Bob Dylan with Lucinda Williams. At the Arizona Financial Theater, June 23rd. We're giving away tickets. Enter now at the KTAR contest page. Get your Bob Dylan and Lucinda Williams tickets. Yes, Gatos.
Do they text us?
What do you mean?
Do they text us something to get the tickets?
You go to the contest.
You go to the
page.
contest page. Okay,
Yeah, then they'll let you
that's
know.
probably I was wondering what Lamb would do. Like if Lamb were to text
He
us,
would
I'd
probably
get a little
text,
bit worried.
although you don't want to open those texts.
I don't want to open those
Just
texts.
saying.
So go to the contest page. I got it. I wrote that down.
A new survey from the people that do surveys found that I think it's a surprising number of married couples keep separate bank accounts. And the number has been getting larger. So if you go back, what do you say, 20 years ago.
Right.
You go back then, and the number of married couples who did not have a joint account, separate accounts, was pretty small. As we keep moving forward, that number keeps getting bigger and bigger. As a matter of fact, the latest survey they did, only 40% of married couples have joint accounts.
Yeah.
That number has just been tick, 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 tick. When you look at the chart, just been going down.
Listen, you're either all in or you're all out.
Oh,
sorry.
That's an
marriage.
all in, all out thing.
Yeah, that's marriage.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not an expert. I got married late in my 30s, okay? But you're either in or out. And that includes finances. You know, your wife, your husband, they should know exactly how much you make every single year. You know, did you bring a 401k over? Yep, they should know about that too. There's no hiding stuff. Now, I think some people will be like, well, it just works better for us. Listen, you're in or out. Like, what's the holdup? Why don't you want your wife to see your bank account? That's a major red flag. And in terms of marriage, you know, what do people argue about the most? Usually it's
Money.
finances.
Money's a big thing, right?
I don't think having separate accounts is going to solve that problem. You have to work together on your finances. You got to, you know, if you want to do something, whether it's go on a trip or you want to put a pool in or whatever it is, like you don't know what the other one's really doing, or you don't trust what the other one is doing.
I think that's what it gets to, and they say it can lead to financial infidelity.
Yeah.
When basically there isn't somebody else looking at the finances where one person can get things completely out of whack. I know a couple that happened to.
That they had separate bank accounts?
Separate credit cards.
Okay.
And one of them completely maxed out one of the credit cards without telling the other one, basically leaving them both on the hook for the bill.
Yeah. I just don't think it's a good idea. I know some married couples that, you know, that are okay with doing this. I know one kind of sticks in my head. They're older.
Okay.
They're probably in their late 70s.
So it's like how they've always done it?
It's what they've always done.
Okay.
And so it's worked okay for them. I just like, what do you do? Do you pay the APS bill and then
like divvy it up a little?
She pays the other bill, or like, is that how it works? Like, listen, it's a partnership. Marriage is a partnership. If you want to be single, you know, and you know, if you want to be single, stay single. But I think part of being married also is going through finances together.
Is part of this, and again, I'm asking, is part of it when people get married and they are at different financial levels? Do you know what I'm saying?
They're different, a different financial.
Different.
Not anymore.
And maybe the person with the larger 401k or the bigger bank balance.
Don't
is
get
like,
married then.
I don't know if I want
Don't get married then. Then don't get married.
Things together.
Honestly, it's real simple. Then
it's one of the reasons I've never gotten married. Absolutely, I have no intention of ever doing that.
Money.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's money. I've known you for a long time. Is it really money?
Well, I
don't think you want to be.
Oh, I don't want to be married, full stop. But one of it is I absolutely want to keep my finances to myself, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't want to share them.
Then
I don't
you're
want
smart.
Yeah.
You're not getting married.
Yeah.
Then. Yeah.
But I'm honest about it.
Right. Well, why are many young couples combining finances? One reason, maybe this study from those people who do the studies. One reason maybe more women are working today than when many boomers got together in the 60s and 70s. I don't know. I'll tell you this. our son-in-law wanted to keep his finances separate from our daughter, I wouldn't be thrilled with that.
No, I can't
and
imagine,
vice versa. You're either in or you're out. You know?
I think there's also an argument, and I'm sure there are some people that were brought up very differently when it came to finances. There are people that grow up in households where discussing finances is a normal part of it. And there's others where, everything is a secret. Mom, dad, the kids or whatever, nobody shares anything like that. The last thing you would do is let somebody know how much money you have in your bank account.
My parents were weird on that stuff. They were they were a bit separate too.
No, really?
Yeah. They I know that they had some of their money that was together, but they liked it in different places.
So I've heard of this
which is
before.
Strange.
Tell me if you've heard this situation, and this doesn't sound crazy to me. You can have separate accounts, but you have a joint account that goes towards the running of the household. You each put in blank every month. It pays the mortgage. It pays the electric. So the bills are being paid jointly, and then you have your own separate account. Still don't like it. No, still not happening.
No, what if she makes $100,000 more than he does?
Wait a minute, I got to find me one of those.
Saying,
I got sugar mama,
and she puts the $5,000 in a month that pays some of the bills. He puts the $5,000 in a month. She's got a lot more money. He's making 50, or $100,000 more.
Who's getting screwed on that deal?
The guy.
Who's getting the worst end of the stick?
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
If you can't trust each other with finances, how are you going to trust each other with a child?
I don't trust myself with finances, for God's sakes. Have you seen some of the asinine purchases I make?
I
constantly.
Did see that watch you bought the other day.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's absurd.
I can't be trusted.
Kind of like it, though.
Check of the headlines are on the way.
Thinking about getting one, too.
Okay, Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And coming up next, whatever you do, don't go outside anymore.
Yeah, that's over.
We'll tell you why. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
Despite all the optimism, the mood music that we're hearing from the president, from Secretary of State Rubio, the reality is there's no settlement on these issues. And having said over the weekend that a deal looks like it's going to be agreed in the coming 24 hours or days, we're now looking at a number of days without any obvious sign of an agreement.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener, meaning exactly what it says. This is the best water system on the planet, all right? And they've been in Arizona for 55 years. And you can trust the folks, the water experts at Aquazona Connecticut. I have. My Connecticut is going on 20 years old, and it is still awesome. A Connecticut unit will protect your plumbing, your appliances, and fixtures. And obviously, it's going to turn your water into, let's just say, drinkable water. Because your water, not real drinkable. Doesn't taste good. A Connecticut can help your water heater last up to 30% longer. And these systems are water pressure powered. They're low maintenance. They're super efficient. You know, if we get the monsoon coming up here and it wipes out the power, well, your Connecticut's still going to be going. So all you have to do is call Aquazona Connecticut. Ask about trials. They'll let you try one. Rentals. How about renting one? See if you like it. No Salt Solutions. 602-910-6570. You can visit aquazona.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You know me. I don't put my name behind anything unless I truly believe in it, and I believe in Central Valley Dentistry and Dr. Behbahani. Central Valley is a full-service smile makeover center, all on 4 implants with same-day teeth, Invisalign, veneers, crowns, root canal, cleanings, even lip fillers, Botox, and laser. They have snoring treatment for sleep apnea as well. And if you're nervous about any of it, they offer in-house sedation right there in the office, so you are comfortable every step of the way. Here's what sets them apart. Dr. B doesn't just perform these advanced procedures every day. He trains other dentists and surgeons in these techniques. That's the level of expertise you're getting. The genuine care, the attention to detail, whatever you need, they make it work. They keep it affordable. Contact for a complimentary consultation, 602-246-0385, or visit their website, centralvalleydentistry.com. That's 602-246-0385. They are the Smile Makeover Center.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an but I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? We're the people you can count on for insurance and financial needs now and for years to come. Find us at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
At Earnhardt Peoria Kia, we built our reputation on one simple idea. Buying a car should actually feel good. No pressure, no games. Just our famous no-bull pricing and the kind of neighborly service that keeps our customers coming back. And right now, we're making it even better. It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event, and all month long, specially tagged vehicles across our lot come with up to $750 bonus cash on top of our already low no-bull prices. Sedans, SUVs, fuel sippers, family haulers, whatever fits your life, we've got the style to match. Just look for the special tags, find your favorite, and let Earnhardt do the rest. This is the Earnhardt way. Great vehicles, honest pricing, and a team that actually cares. Come experience it for yourself at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Visit our store or go to earnhardtpeoriakia.com before these deals drive away.
Bonus cash must be applied toward purchase of specially tagged new Kias. Not available for cash. Subject to availability. Offers may not be combined. Must take delivery by June 1st. Limited inventory available. See dealer for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona has been named the new National Network for Microelectronics Education Southwest Regional Hub. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer fills us in on how this could further the state's school-to-career pipelines.
Yeah, Becky, the hub will work with over 45 partners from local K-12 schools to semiconductor manufacturers to help connect companies and create workforce pathways. The program will be run by the Semi Foundation and Arizona Commerce Authority with $5 million in federal funding in its first year. Kalu Wilson, Chief Workforce Officer with the Arizona Commerce Authority, says this will help expose local education organizations to resources they need.
I just had a conversation with Pima JTED. They're looking to build out their career and technical education program in the semiconductor industry. They are now able to leverage all of the tools and the resources and the curriculum by other partners that are within our regional node. They don't have to start from scratch.
The state hub will also service Southern California, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. 2 men under arrest in connection with an Arizona fuel theft ring. Gas stations in Seligman reported that diesel fuel was stolen from their pumps. Yavapai County Sheriff's deputy spotted a U-Haul truck that was leaking fuel from the truck's cargo hold and then found footprints to a nearby hotel room. There, they found the keys to the truck and a credit card skimmer. In the U-Haul, investigators found several fuel tanks holding 2,100 gallons of diesel. The sheriff's office is looking for a third suspect. Former President Joe Biden launched a new lawsuit against the Department of Justice to block the release of audio recordings obtained by the special counsel during the investigation into his handling of classified documents.
The audio files are from interviews conducted in 2016 and 2017 between Biden and his ghostwriter on his memoir. The former president's attorneys argue the conversations happened within his own home and that because they were obtained through a criminal investigation, the DOJ has a responsibility to keep them private.
That's ABC's Christine Cordero. Time for traffic check. So let's go to Commander Bill for that in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, the busyness continues in and around the I-10 split with westbound traffic heavy approaching the Salt River Bridge in and past the split to about 7th Avenue. DPS right now taking care of a crash on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound at 32nd Street. It's off right next to the exit ramp, and a Service Street collision on the west side, Dunlap, just west of 35th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
95 should be the high today, 70 overnight, 94 tomorrow, and right now, if you're up in Anthem, it's 88 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Deal or no deal, the world awaits what's happening in Iran. We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
You think Iran's going to come up on the face-off today at 5, Gatos?
I have this question that I want to pose to the panel.
Ready.
Why doesn't Trump just finish it?
Well, we've already won. We've won like 8 times.
We already know that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Why doesn't he finish it? I would like to ask that.
Okay.
What is we haven't won anything. It's way worse off than when we started. So it's just an honest question. If you think, some of you, if you think we're winning the war, and you know who you are.
You know who you are.
Well, you do. Everything he does is right. The war is great. We had to go get their uranium. All that BS.
2 weeks.
Here's the deal. If you think we're winning, why aren't we going to finish the job?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that's going to be a tough question for some people to answer.
Here.
Because we're not winning. And he's not going to finish the job.
No.
Because he can't.
Right.
He doesn't know how, and there really isn't a way to finish the job.
Yeah.
So we're going to discuss that, the face-off coming up at 5.
The American Lung Association takes a look at air pollution and came up with the worst cities in America.
L.A.
Los Angeles is at the top of the list.
Not the worst.
Phoenix is 4th. Woo! We're in the top 5 for ozone pollution, and that's basically smog, right? That is primarily a lot of it generated by car exhaust.
Yeah, we have failing grades for what they call particle pollution.
Ooh.
Yeah, deep dive last night.
Thank you for that.
I'm on it. You want to know what that means?
Oh, please.
We don't have time for that. Continue on,
okay.
please.
And we, again, because we're in the top 5, the state of Arizona and, again, Maricopa and Pinal, we are at the very top of the list when it comes to yearly bad ozone days.
Right.
We have a lot of those on average of air quality index and how bad the air is.
Yeah. So everyone wants to know why Phoenix has such bad air pollution. Mm-hmm. Is it our own fault?
Well, I mean,
that's one of the questions. Can we be doing things better? Well, I'm sure, but
of course we can.
When you take the extreme heat and the sunlight, you get smog. And so Phoenix has sunshine
and no wind,
long hot summers, and the heat and UV rays, they basically cook pollution from cars and trucks and factories
and make it worse.
And all that stuff, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
That's why
So should we be doing more then because we live in a place that is inherently
Tell me
worse?
what to do. Because I always hear the example of, well, we got to go to the summer blend.
with gasoline.
The different car blends or the different.
So I'm asking, well, why are we? That's not working. All I'm doing is paying more.
Well, the argument, the retort is, I can't argue the negative, is or disprove the negative, that these summer blend gases, I had to go look up a scientific paper because I don't know. Cleaner gas, I guess you'd use the term. They reduce pollution by 13%. So the argument is it would just be worse.
The only way that I can figure out how to improve it,
fewer cars.
Right. Don't drive. So you have to take the bus from now on.
Oh God.
Maybe take the light rail.
No, I'm not doing that either.
Not doing that either.
Do you think that this is a problem though that can solve itself as more and more people adopt EVs, hybrid cars, things like that? That we will solve this problem kind of organically? I mean, there's more EVs on the road today than there were 10 years ago. So obviously that you would hope that's having an impact.
Right. Well, what I just went over with, take the bus. Well, do we have electric buses yet?
I don't think we do. The buses spew a lot of stuff.
They spew a lot of stuff. So why, that would be something that, I don't know why we can't do that. That would be a great place to start.
Yeah.
That I think that would be a great place to start. But the part of the problem is we've got a ton of dust out here. So
it doesn't help.
No, how do you crack down? How do you crack down on that? Do you want to stop construction? I don't.
I don't know if that dust is strictly coming from construction. I do not have science to back this up. This is something I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I used to drive between Phoenix and Tucson a lot.
The worst, most boring drive in the world.
Agreed. There's nothing out there.
And then when you get to Tucson, it's like, why am I here?
And back in the 1900s, when I made the drive more, all along the side of I-10 were crops of some sort. Cotton, alfalfa, whatever. It was green along the side of the road.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now when you drive along there, it's all brown. It's all desert. It's dirt.
Oh.
I believe it has to do with water rights, where farmers have sold water rights to cities and just don't grow crops there anymore. And now we have all this dirt where we used to have plants holding the dirt together. It's my theory. I'm sticking to it.
All right. Well, I mean, if you're just joining us, Phoenix is like in the top 3, pollution, smog, all that kind of stuff.
Not
But
good.
it really, a lot of these places are in the Southwest.
Yes.
So
a lot of the worst cities.
It deals with our climates. It deals with our climate. Like, I would think that wildfires across Arizona, what happens every summer? We get smoke dumped right into the valley. And that's another major reason why we've started to rank worse and worse and worse and worse. So it's almost kind of where we live. I don't know, and I'm not an expert on this, I don't know how, unless you are going to take cars off the road, make buses electric, stop wildfires 100%, and stop building because that's how part of the dust gets in the air. I don't know what else we're supposed to have.
I don't think you can do much about wildfires from that standpoint, and maybe we can't do a lot about dust. But certainly the pollen, you know where the pollen comes from? It's from all these people back east who come here and plant bougainvilleas and stuff that, they plant things that were never indigenous to the state of Arizona.
You can't kill a bougainvillea.
I did not know that. By the way, I'm not even 100% sure what a bougainvillea is. I just know it's a name of a plant.
I just know that when I bought my first home, there were 3 of them.
Okay.
And they would grow like completely out of control.
Just crazy.
And when you would try and cut them, you're just going to rip your hands and arms.
Okay.
So I tried.
Self-defense mechanism.
Yeah. So I tried to pull it out. That didn't work.
That didn't go.
25 years ago, I didn't have any money to hire somebody. So I just dumped a bunch of Drano on it. And
How'd that
still
work?
Didn't kill it.
Loved it.
Man, that thing kept growing.
You might single-handedly be responsible for some of the problem. By the way, we did get some text out there. We have city buses that run on natural gas. And Valley Metro apparently has a few electric buses. Okay.
Good start.
They should. It's a good start. Yeah. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And up next, could the shaky economy spell the end for barbecue?
Oh, how dare
God,
you say
no.
that.
We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. But deep down, you know that's not okay. I want to lead you back to the normal you. In comes the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. Now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. And now's the time, because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time. And the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics. Better starts here. Schedule your free consultation today. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix always has something fun going on. I'm Jamie West. You can connect, relax, and get creative all at once at the Paint and Sip event, Tuesday, June 9th at 2 p.m. A fun, laid-back gathering where you'll have a step-by-step guide to create your own canvas, sip your favorite beverage, and soak up the bright and bold vibes of Beatitudes. Text RSVP to 620-620 or visit beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KTAR-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
KTAR News Flash.
2:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Officials delivered a very somber update outside of the Nippon Dynawave Packaging in Longview, Washington, where the rescue operation following a tank rupture is now a recovery effort. 9 employees are still missing after that chemical tank ruptured at the paper mill in Washington State. Chief Scott Goldstein of Cowlitz 2 Fire and Rescue explains that among the people taking part in the critical search are fellow employees of the victims.
Understand that there are members working the site tirelessly that have lost coworkers, lost friends, and they remain dedicated to focusing on our recovery efforts.
This incident happened Tuesday morning, resulting in multiple critical injuries and 2 deaths, leveling a tank that contains a chemical mixture used in the paper making process. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 95 today, 95 tomorrow, and right now it's 93 in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Don't get beat by the heat. Get the $79 AC tune-up special from the best in the biz. Day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Paul Calvise here. We do it every year. We save money now with the AC tune-up special. Only $79 to save money later on summer energy bills. We avoid costly repairs, extend the lifespan of our AC units. Day and night is our AC's best defense. Go to dayandnightair.com. Schedule that $79 AC tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, Joe Huizenga. Mesa Gateway Airport's one of 2 airports in the nation to be selected for a pilot program that could lead to big positive changes. We'll have the details for you tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News with Becky Lynn and me on the KTAR News YouTube channel, on air, online, and the KTAR app.
All right, Gatos, you want to know how bad things are?
No.
Okay, then we won't talk about it. It's so bad right now when it comes to the price of groceries, the price of food, that some of Texas's most famous barbecue joints say they're closing because of sky-high beef prices. Yes, Texas barbecue closing down because they can't afford ribs and brisket.
I don't know if I buy that.
What do you mean?
Why don't you just raise prices?
I think they say they can't do it.
Why not?
Let me give you an example here. This is Kirby's Barbecue.
Oh, Kirby's Barbecue.
Brisket is $36 a pound.
Okay.
And he said, when you add in like ribs, sausage, and sides, you're talking $70 to $100 per person for barbecue. And he said, my people can't afford that in the middle of Texas here.
You have to wonder, like, some of these restaurants, how long they have been, like with the tariffs and with the bad prices at the grocery store.
Well, we
and
know
all that.
beef, the problem with the beef is...
But how long have they been, like, losing money on it? Because we heard places like, oh, well, yeah, it's a huge tariff, but we can only make it trickle down so much to the customers, or they're going to turn around and leave. Do you know what I mean? How much can you absorb? And maybe some of these places say, we've absorbed all that we can, and this was the last straw.
Yeah, I mean, another one in Bryan, Texas, says we have to charge $40 a pound just to...
$40 a pound?
For barbecue.
Jeez.
Just to break even. And they said... What else can we do? And what they're saying is the double-edged sword. We're not talking about downtown Dallas and Houston, the big cities. You're talking about these barbecue places, some of which are fantastic. I love barbecue. I go all over Texas City barbecue.
Yeah.
They're out in these little bitty towns, and they're like, the people in this town cannot afford $40 a pound for barbecue anymore.
Yeah.
They were getting it for $12 a pound.
So maybe it depends on where these places are.
I certainly think that's a big part of it.
Ground beef prices are up more than 15% from a year ago.
Oof. Yeah.
What is a pitmaster?
The person who does the barbecue.
Okay.
Like
that's an awesome name, by the way.
The chef.
Yeah, no, pitmaster's way better.
A barbecue chef is a pitmaster.
Pitmasters, say wholesale brisket is usually routinely costs $5 to $6 per pound before you smoke it.
Right.
And it's just not that way anymore.
No.
So if it routinely now costs $5 to $6 per pound, you've got the restaurants kind of, as you said, it's going to be like $35-$40.
Yeah. Burnt Bean is...
what a great name.
Was rated the #1 barbecue joint in Texas. They raised their brisket prices to $38 a pound, and they only have it on certain days because they can't even get enough of it to sell.
Weren't we talking about how, cattle not feeling romantic?
We have fewer cows than we had before. It's due to some of it was due to drought, some of it was due to tariffs, a combination of things.
They weren't in the mood because of tariffs?
And cattle farmers have fewer cows, which means supply, demand, price goes up, there's fewer of them.
Like the 4th of July is coming up. You're going to have a barbecue, and like the only thing that is going to be served are hot dogs.
Oof.
I
like brisket. I'm a fan of brisket.
Yeah, I like that too.
I judge every barbecue place based on its brisket.
Who wants to go to a barbecue and just have a hot dog?
Not me.
That's not me.
No.
I mean, I'll eat it.
But I also don't trust regular humans to make brisket. I like professionals to make brisket.
Aren't professionals human?
Yeah, not in somebody's backyard.
You're talking about a pit master.
I want a pit master making my brisket.
Okay. I got a lot of friends who can make that. They're
Really?
like wannabe pit masters.
Wannabe pit masters. They're junior pit masters.
I've always wanted to be a pit master.
Hey, stay informed on everything education with the KTAR News Eyes on Education newsletter. All you have to do is text the word education to 620-620 and keep up with all the latest education news right here in Arizona. That's education to 620-620. Becky Lynn does your check of the headlines, and then coming up next, is it time to ditch the traditional funeral? Seems like a lot of folks are. We'll talk about why. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I know we were talking about all that delicious barbecue, but summer's here. Do you want to lose weight this summer? Do you want to lose weight this summer and start for free? Well, I can get you the hookup over at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They are waiving the startup fee on all programs when you mention Gatos. They've got programs starting as low as $149. So I want you to know a few things about where you're going to go. I'm not just sending you to some place that's been around for, 5 months. No. Red Mountain, decades, where they have been the leader in medical weight loss. They've got a variety of programs supervised by doctors who specialize in weight loss. And at Red Mountain, you can get more for your money with low-price medications, ongoing coaching, as I said, from real doctors, specialized meal plans to help you succeed. And all you have to do is just go to redmountainweightloss.com. You've got to make the decision to say, you know what? I want to feel better and I want to look better. How do I do that? Go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. redmountainweightloss.com. You can hit pound 250 on your phone, use the keyword Red Mountain, and tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, it's Patricia Valencia. If you're thinking about AI as a career path but need a program that actually fits your life, then look no further than Western Governors University. At WGU, you won't just learn artificial intelligence, you'll learn how to use it and make a real difference. It's more than just a degree. Your program includes the certifications employers are looking for, built into your coursework, included in tuition, and ready for your resume. Flexible, fully online, built for working adults. Enroll today at wgu.edu/AI Phoenix.
Liberty Health Share, a healthcare sharing ministry moving forward as a force for good. Not only for our member community, but for the world, because when heroes like you show up, good moves forward. With healthcare sharing programs for all stages of life and every budget, you can join our powerful community of heroes today to seek support for your family's eligible medical expenses. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org. Liberty Health Share, a force for good.
Define your drive with Memorial Day savings all month long at Genesis of Scottsdale. At Genesis of Scottsdale, true luxury goes beyond the vehicle. Our team delivers a transparent, personalized journey tailored to your lifestyle with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and connected services that keep you in control. This Memorial Day, we're making the drive even sweeter. Qualified buyers can get the 2026 GV80 for as low as 0.49% APR for 48 months or lease it for just $519 a month. The 2026 GV70 is available at 1 1.99% APR, or lease for $4.99 a month. And the exhilarating G70. Lease it for just $3.19 a month. All offers end June 1st. Experience Genesis of Scottsdale this Memorial Day, where the luxury doesn't stop at the vehicle. Join us this month.
All offers for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance. GV80 finance at $20.93 per 1,000 finance. Leases are 24 months with 12,000 miles per year. GV80 lease requires $5,999 due at signing. GV70 and G70 require $4,999 due at signing. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 doc fee, and $618 protection package. Ends June 1st. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hello, Amy Batten here, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. As interest rates continue to improve, more buyers are stepping back into the market and opportunities are moving fast. The difference between winning and missing out often comes down to your team. The right real estate team doesn't just open doors, they position you to win. Negotiation, preparation, and local expertise can save you thousands. Thinking about buying in Arizona? Work with a team that truly cares with proven results. Batten Home Group, powered by Waterstone Mortgage and West USA Realty, for all of your real estate and lending needs.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Patricia Valencia. Every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take just 2 seconds today to help prevent these tragedies. For life-saving water safety tips, visit Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Negative wage growth in Arizona is worsening the affordability crisis. So says this Republican lawmaker. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with his solution.
Arizona Congressman David Schweikert tells the Mike Broomhead Show Arizona needs to be attracting new business to increase competition and raise wages.
If you even look at the 2025 data for 2 of the 3 employment categories, non-farm, service, non-farm, they went down in wages. We actually had negative wage growth in a number of our categories.
The Republican blames policies at the federal and state level for the affordability crisis. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
You can watch that full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Divert evictions before the courts and the lawyers stepped in.
Maricopa County is launching a new program to keep renters in their homes. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us from the News Center now to tell us more.
With $800,000 in funding, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has created the Eviction Diversion Pilot Program, which will begin running in August. County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee explains the goal is to help renters before eviction occurs and lawyers get involved.
Once an eviction process is started, 99% of the time it happens. And if it doesn't happen, the landlords and the tenant incur an incredible amount of cost.
She says if the program is successful, it may be expanded throughout the county, but when it starts in August, it will be focused on Phoenix zip codes with the highest level of evictions. Last year, there was more than 84,000 evictions filed in Maricopa County Justice Courts. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The budget standoff between Governor Hobbs and our Republican-controlled legislature may finally be nearing an end, with Hobbs saying Monday she's confident a budget will be worked out soon. So if a new budget gets negotiated, will we still have to refile our state taxes this year? Senate President Warren Peterson joined Arizona's Morning News to answer that question, saying,
absolutely not. And that was one of the parts that where we stood
we put a line in the sand, and we said we would absolutely not budge on conformity.
Peterson also added the two sides are 99% of the way there when it comes to negotiating a balanced budget. You can listen to the full interview on KTAR.com, and then be sure and tune in tomorrow on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos as they talk to Governor Hobbs on this and other topics starting at 5 o'clock. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's May 27th, and back on this day in 1937, the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco opened to the public. Some have called it a stunning technological and artistic achievement, the Golden Gate Bridge, a 4,200-foot long suspension bridge which spans the Golden Gate Strait at the entrance to San Francisco Bay. The concept of bridging the nearly mile-wide Golden Gate Strait was proposed as early as 1872, but it wasn't until the early 1920s that public opinion in San Francisco began to favor it. Cincinnati-born bridge engineer Joseph Strauss submitted a preliminary proposal that it could be built for $27 million. And believe it or not, his design was affordable. Today, the Golden Gate Bridge remains one of the world's most recognizable architectural structures. Construction began on January 5th of 1933, and it was 4 years and 4 months later, it would be ready and open to the public, back on this day in 1937.
Let's check our traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Commander Bill.
Here is your current accident list on the 303 northbound at Greenway. DPS on the scene. Silver Street crashes. Indian School at Litchfield and Goodyear. Moving back into Phoenix along Dunlap west of 35th Avenue. There's an accident Thomas Road just west of the 51 near 18th Street. And a bicycle-involved collision on Civic Center at Drinkwater in Scottsdale. Traffic brought to you by AMWA. From 10 cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and 70 for our low, 94 tomorrow, 91 on Friday. Right now, it's 89 in Chandler. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6.
All right.
Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
A lot of people call hour number 2 the best of the hours, although hour number 4 today could be pretty exciting.
We've got, it's Wednesday.
That is.
We've got the face-off, so join us at 5. Here is our panel. Are you ready?
I'm sitting down.
Congressman David Schweikert. The rumor is he's running for governor.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting. Our buddy John Holmberg will be here.
Okay.
And Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz. She likes to argue.
All right.
And is very good at it.
We have quite a cross-section.
Yes. And so I think it's going to be very good.
All right.
Did I mention that was at 5 o'clock?
Yes, you did. Hour number 4 coming up. The National Funeral Directors Association, by the way,
this sounds like a fun...
Their annual convention is just something else.
This sounds like a fun issue we're going to be talking about right now.
No, you're not going to want to miss that. Says that 2/3 of funerals are now cremations. And that is a huge uptick. They believe in the next 20 years, 80% of Americans will choose cremation. What changed? Again, I'm old enough to remember cremation was an oddity. When somebody said that, you kind of went, ooh, really? And now it feels like the norm.
Listen, I think when you go in and you say, okay, we'll buy that casket, and they say, well, that's $10,000.
Whoa, on the low end.
And I've heard people say this. Yeah, I think we're going to go get our box at Costco.
Yeah, they do sell them at Costco.
They do, right?
They sell
I wonder if that's what it is, because, $10,000 for a box you're going to see for an hour, and then you're going to put somebody in it, and then you're going to put it in the ground. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So maybe like the financial part of it, 10 grand is silly. Becky Lynn?
What about the real estate needed to put the box in?
Correct.
That's actually considered real estate you own. You have to buy it.
You have to buy a plot.
You have to buy a plot.
You own the land.
Right.
Yeah,
and
but
when they're checking, like if they're checking
what
your
about the ceremony?
finances, they'll ask you, do you own a burial plot? Yes, and then there's the ceremony, and you got to pay for all of that too. Of course, you could still do that with cremation.
Can't you buy a plot and then stack people in it?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got to dig that hole.
There's a limit? Is there a limit to how many people can go in there?
I don't know, but I know that you can. Yeah, you can put.
You can stack it.
You can put a few.
So can I tell you that I learned something interesting. We wanted to take my mother, her remains. She was cremated per her wishes, and we wanted to take them to Germany and bury her in Germany. She was born in Germany. Okay, so they do burial different over there. We wanted to bury her where her mother and father were, in a cemetery. I've been to there, okay? They said, you can't do that.
What?
I said, why can't we do that? And they go, well, because the time's almost up, and you don't own that anymore. And I go,
what do you mean?
What's going to happen to the caskets?
Oh.
No one will you don't own it in perpetuity. You own it for a period of time.
Okay.
I don't know what happens to the people buried in the ground, or they just put other people on top and put new headstones up. We only have my grandparents' headstones are not going to be there forever. I learned that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Okay.
Like, if it's your grandparents, right? Let's just say it's your grandparents that are buried somewhere for decades and decades. No one's going to go see them anymore.
After 200 years or whatever.
There will be a point where no one remembers who they are.
You rent
yeah.
the cemetery for 20 to 25 years.
That's all?
But then it does seem a little disgusting that you have to move the bodies.
Yeah, so what?
If you do not renew, they take the headstones out.
Okay.
And another person will be buried there.
Take the headstone out.
So what about the people who are there? Are they just buried then on top of them?
Well, they're dead, Becky Lynn.
I know, but there's a casket in the ground 6 feet down.
Right. Now you've got neighbors.
So here's what it says and how it was explained to us, and I didn't want to ask any more questions because I was weirded out. The grave is cleared and reused for new burial. I don't want to know what that means.
I think you know what it means.
I don't want to know what that means.
You know what it means.
I'm going to tell you.
That is in Germany. That's crazy.
I'm going to tell you, that is the plot of the movie Poltergeist.
Is it really?
Yes. It's one of the scariest movies I've ever seen in my life.
Under German law, you lease the gravesite for a period of time, 15 to 30 years, and my grandparents' lease is coming up.
The reason that Carol Ann was put into the television set, right? She was pulled into the TV is because
her time was up?
They left the bodies buried, and they moved the headstone. They only took the headstone. So they had all these dead people that were under the house, and they were ticked. It's not a good way to live.
On that,
let's get back to this.
Okay, all right. Just saying. Well, you don't watch scary movies, so
I don't. And I was getting a little weirded out you just talking about it. But more and more folks are getting away from what I would call traditional burials. I haven't been to a graveside burial, and I can't tell you how long.
Okay, the last time I went to a graveside burial, I'm trying to remember, it may have been my grandmother.
Wow. And that was a while ago, I assume.
Yeah, that was 20 years, maybe?
I was going to say, I'm saying 15 years ago, maybe, I went to a graveside.
So my mom and my mother-in-law were both cremated, but we are still having a burial.
A graveside type thing.
A gravesite, yes.
You are?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
So my mother, we cremated. Mm-hmm. We are going to now bury her. What do you call it? Not in the ground, in like the...
Mausoleum.
Like a mausoleum, thank you very much.
Are those rented out too?
In Virginia. Well, we're having to buy it, I assure you. Ooh. I saw the bill.
But it's an above ground.
It's above ground with a plaque and everything. And we said, we want to do this. And they go, okay... I'm not kidding. This is my brother, the lawyer, negotiating it. And they said, okay, well, the services, and you have to do the chair rental and this. And he goes, yeah, well, we're not going to do that part. And they go, yeah, you have to pay for that anyway. Oh. And he's like, I'm sorry, what? And he goes, yeah, you're paying for the chairs and the ceremony, whether you show up or not. My brother goes, put out all the chairs you want.
You want listen,
knock yourselves out.
Let me tell you this one. You're going to love this. My mother and father have real estate, shall we say, in a small community cemetery back in Tennessee.
In Tennessee, yeah. All of them are small communities in Tennessee.
So I called and explained the situation. And they called me back. I kid you not. I said, so we're just going to do a little small graveside thing. We're just, She goes, do you want someone to dig the hole for you?
I beg your pardon.
And I said,
what do you think?
Well, yeah, we have 2 plots. My father's there, and she has the plot next to him. And she goes, if you're just burying a cremated box, you can actually dig the hole yourself.
I can see that.
And I went, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
And then she said,
it's not like you have to bury a body, though.
I don't want to dig the hole myself.
Like a full casket and body.
Then she said,
yeah,
you can actually bury her on top of your father.
Yeah.
You can just dig down and lay it right on top of the little vault that's in. And I went, okay, let's do that. But somebody else is digging the hole.
Okay, so everything that you guys have just said, you with the Germany, right?
Yeah.
And you with your
where you only lease the spot for a while.
There are funeral directors that are out there, and they're saying, listen, there's a cultural shift going on.
Right.
I agree.
We're not having the casket, and who carries the casket? The
pallbearers.
Yeah. So we don't have that, really. We're not seeing that. What we're seeing is celebration of life.
Right.
I kind of like that.
Bright colors and laughter and what did that person like to eat? Well, let's have everybody eat that
and wear their color. We had one for our friend Danielle 2 weeks ago.
Correct.
The Diva Danielle, and we had a celebration of life. And green was her favorite color. A lot of people wearing green, and there was more laughter than tears.
Right.
And I much prefer that to standing next to a gravesite.
I think the only thing that really matters is, I guess, it has to be what your wishes are.
Yeah, fair.
But also, don't put the family through hell. You know what I mean? Some of these funerals are just very, very brutal on the families. And do you have to go and do that? I mean, it's up to the family, but I mean, I like the non-traditional way to do it now.
Yeah.
I do think that the celebration of life, even calling it that, it's branded right. To me, it sounds like, yes, we should celebrate that person.
Well, the Irish apparently have been doing this forever.
Well, the Irish are right, and they got a lot of beer to prove it.
The Irish wake, has been a thing where you get all your friends together in a bar and you
Stay
guys
up
tell
all night.
stories and you have
I think
some
that's
drinks.
a great way to do it.
I agree. Celebrate the positive. Don't focus on the negative. But you're seeing they think 80% in the next 20 years, 80% of Americans will choose cremation and celebration of life over what I would call the traditional, the old school version.
You've got to watch Poltergeist.
I'm watching Poltergeist. There's absolutely zero chance. Coming up next, did high gas prices affect your travel over the holiday weekend? Did you still get out of town? Or did you still stay at home? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Palammonium. PAULOMONIUM. Palammonium.
Unfortunately, that was not correct. A Chandler 8th grader who was a finalist in last year's Scripps Spelling Bee eliminated from this year's contest after failing to spell that word, which is actual POLEMONIUM, palammonium. Isha Marapudi made it to the 9th round before misspelling that word, which means a genus of plants commonly known as Jacob's ladders. You can read more on this story at KTAR.com. Congratulations, though, to her for making it that far. That's quite the feat. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a spell out of the traffic now. Here's Commander Bill, Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Northwest Valley, 101 Agua Fria, loading up westbound between the North Stack and 83rd Avenue. Surface Street collisions, it's a long list. Butler at 55th Avenue in Glendale, 27th Avenue at Union Hills. Dunlap just west of 35th Avenue. There's one along 12th Street at Glendale. An accident on Thomas west of the 51 near 18th Street. And in Goodyear, a crash along Indian School at Litchfield Road. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here right now. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Today's high 95, tomorrow 94, 91 by Friday. And right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, we are checking in at 93 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
LaDonna here. You ever feel like 50 miles of bad road? Oh, wait, that's me. Or just like you're driving on 50 miles of bad road? Listen tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News, and catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, 30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads. It's Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night. It's coming up June 6th, and guess what? We've got 4 tickets to give away. How'd you like to win? Text the word bobble to 620-620. That's bobble to 620-620 for Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night. It's still not clear to me, Gatos, what the mystery is.
I don't know either.
It's Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night.
I think there's 2 versions of the bobblehead. You get one or the other, maybe.
That's the mystery?
You win both ways.
It's 50-50. It's hardly a mystery. Do I know what they both are?
If you don't like it, you trade with somebody behind you.
It would be a mystery if I went to Corbin Carroll Bobblehead Night and got a Gatos bobblehead. That would be the mystery.
That would be, you'd get ripped off.
There's something.
Nobody wants
there
that.
Would be furniture moving. So we heard a lot about the price of gas and, by the way, the price of airline tickets.
Oh.
Just moving around in general, causing people to maybe change some of their holiday plans over the weekend or even looking forward to summer vacation and doing something different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to hear your experience down in Mexico.
Well, as you well know, I'm the mayor of Rocky Point, really.
I've heard rumors.
Kind of a big deal down there.
Okay.
So, you know, these holiday weekends, with the economy the way it is, the way it's been, I kind of always look at it and say, okay, well, we're going to go because I get a couple days off. You know, we want to go spend 3, 4, 5 days down there.
Sure.
Okay, great. So I always say, well, you know, gas prices. Well, how many times have we said this over the last many years? I wonder if gas prices will stop people from leaving for Memorial Day and going to California, going to Rocky Point.
Yeah, certainly a question, right?
So I can tell you that we left on Saturday. We left super early. No wait at the border. It was all good.
Okay,
and
so you didn't see a lot of traffic on the way down.
I'm thinking like maybe people came in yesterday because this is pretty good.
Okay.
I also heard that Friday, the day before we left, there was a 6-mile backup. That is a 2.5 to 3 hour wait
at the border.
Correct.
And you go through Lukeville?
Lukeville.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Rocky Point, extremely busy.
Humming.
Yes. And I never really know what we're going to get when we go there. Because if gas prices are brutal, are people going to stay away? And the answer was they did not stay away.
Question.
Go.
Do you know what gas costs in Mexico? Do you have to fill up when you're down there?
I don't fill up in Mexico.
Okay.
But it's certainly less.
Okay.
It's a the question. I didn't really look.
Well, and they do it in liters too, so they have to convert things, and God knows I can't do.
They don't have like miles per hour. They've got like the
something called a
kilometer or
kilometer or something.
Yeah. But the point is, it was very crowded.
Okay.
So what does that tell me? It tells me that people want to go somewhere, and
wanting to get out,
right? And we're looking, where can we go that won't cost us an arm and a leg?
I know right? you keep laughing because I ask questions and I don't remember. How if you left right here, we're Central Phoenix. How long does it take you to get to Rocky Point? Under 4 hours.
Right.
Okay.
4 hours tops.
All right.
Without a stop at the border.
Without a backup at the border.
And that's when you have to decide, when do you want to go? Like, are you somebody that wants to wake up at 5 in the morning?
No.
And get on the road? Yes. And get on the road and not have a wait. That's what I am. Now, other people. So here's the bottom line.
Yeah. Does the border ever close? Is it open 24/7?
No, it closed, I think, at 10.
Oh, so you have to get in like under the wire.
And a lot of people didn't. And guess what?
What happened?
They're sleeping in their cars.
No.
Or they're turning around and coming home.
Oof.
It seems, because, ton of Arizonans going to Rocky Point. To me, it seems like there were a lot of families that wanted to go somewhere, and they're weighing their options. Do we want to drive to California and go to Disneyland? Do we want to drive to California and go to San Diego? Or do we pick Arizona's beach, closest beach to Arizona? Do we want to go to Rocky Point, where things are obviously less expensive? When you talk about food,
good point.
It's not cheap.
No,
it's not
but
cheap
everything's
anymore.
a little less expensive.
Yeah, if you're going to go to California,
nothing's cheap.
Nothing's cheap.
I can attest
And so
to
there were a lot of families that said, yeah, we want to go somewhere. We're going to pick up and we're going to go to Rocky Point.
Interesting.
And they went for several days, Bruce. This wasn't just a 1 or 2 day thing. There were people there for 5 days that were quite busy.
Stretch it out.
Yeah. So that tells me, when I look at the economy, there are people that wanted to do something, and the gas prices, they didn't like it, but it is a better option than hopping on a plane, and it's a better option than driving to California. And so people went and drove to Rocky Point.
It's the best bad decision. It's the best bad option, if you will.
It's
reasonably close. It's reasonably cheaper.
Probably get more bang for your buck.
More bang for your buck.
Right? Even though, everybody says, oh, Mexico's so cheap. Not anymore.
Not like giving away cheap.
No.
Cheaper.
No. Yes.
We're grading on a curve.
And so this tells me, I wonder if for some families, that's the vacation in the summer. Because summer is here now, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
For some families, the answer is yes.
Right. I've still never been.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's for you, man. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know it's for me? You think they'll kick me out or something?
No,
Or what do you mean?
I don't see you as a Mexico guy.
Really?
Nah.
Not a Mexico guy.
I don't think so. You're a California guy.
Yeah, okay.
All
right. I was there. I was on I walked along the beach. I don't touch the water.
It's cold
in California, but
not in Rocky Point.
I was surprised. I flew in and out of LAX over the weekend.
Busy?
No. And I was a little surprised by that.
Okay.
I was like, I thought there would be more people around here, and there weren't.
I looked around Rocky Point and I said, why are all of you in my backyard?
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And maybe this is why you have such a smile on your face.
Uh-oh.
Because Gatos is part of the half of Americans who have fun still.
I like to
find ways to have fun.
Yes.
What's up with the other half of you? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, if you're thinking about getting dental implants, if you're thinking that your broken teeth and ruining your life, right? You're missing teeth. What do? Well, I would go to the most experienced surgeon in town. Dr. Joe, here locally, treated thousands and thousands of full mouth dental implant patients. He's got all the experience that you need. And, you can have teeth 24 hours. We're talking brand new set of teeth. All right. Now, you don't have to choose between experience and low cost at Aria Dental Implant Center, which is awesome. You're going to get the experience in Dr. Joe, and you're also going to get the low cost from Aria Dental Implant Center. And the reason that you're going to have a lower cost is if you go to one of the national chains here in town, you'll spend $20,000 more than if you just went to Aria and got the better surgeon, someone who's going to make you feel comfortable. So all you have to do is get a free consultation, mention Gatos, go and talk to Dr. Joe at ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Liberty Health Share believes that great things happen when we share it forward, when everyday heroes just like you team up as a force for good. Even the smallest act of kindness and love can create ripples that reach further than we could ever imagine, and it can all start with you. Our healthcare sharing ministry is committed to serving our members with excellence and facilitating the sharing of eligible medical bills among one another. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org. Liberty Health Share. Sharing it forward.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Matt Dagas with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 Mystery Bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona has been named the new national network for microelectronics education Southwest Regional Hub. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer explains how this could further the state's school-to-career pipelines.
Yeah, Becky, the hub will work with over 45 partners from local K-12 schools to semiconductor manufacturers to help connect companies and create workforce pathways. The program will be run by the Semi Foundation and Arizona Commerce Authority with $5 million in federal funding in its first year. Kalu Wilson, Chief Workforce Officer with the Arizona Commerce Authority, says this will help expose local education organizations to resources they need.
I just had a conversation with Pima JTED. They're looking to build out their career and technical education program in the semiconductor industry. They are now able to leverage all of the tools and the resources and the curriculum by other partners that are within our regional node. They don't have to start from scratch.
The State Hub will also service Southern California, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. A Jamaican national has pled guilty in a lottery and romance scheme that targeted an 85-year-old Arizona woman. Sherwayne Benjamin Belinfanti, a.k.a. Iceman, admits in his plea to luring the Arizona woman into the scheme by pretending to be romantically involved with her. He sent flowers and love messages while also leading her to believe she'd won the lottery and would need to pay in order to claim the prize. As a result of the scheme, the victim lost more than $450,000 that Belinfanti agreed to pay in restitution. You can read more about the scheme at KTAR.com. The latest report on what top corporate chiefs are getting in pay and benefits has some eye-popping numbers.
Topping all corporate chieftain compensation is Tesla head Elon Musk, with a pay package valued at $132 billion. The typical CEO comp deal rose nearly 6% last year to $17.7 million, says the analysis by Equilar, an executive data firm for the Associated Press. The median employee at the companies earned just under $90,000, a 4.7% increase, outpacing inflation, but many workers were pinched by the accumulation of higher prices over the past few years.
ABC's Chuck Severson. Time for a look at traffic now. Let's go to Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Just about filled to the rim. That's the westbound side of I-10, the Papago Freeway, from the mini stack all the way out to those 101 Agua Fria ramps. Service Street collisions, two brand new, one along 51st Avenue at Southern, the other Bethany Home Road near 35th Avenue. We've also got a crash Dunlap West at 35th Avenue, 12th Street at Glendale, and cruising Goodyear continue to work that accident Indian School at Litchfield. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools makes backyard paradise affordable. Design your dream pool right now at dolphinpools.us. Affordable luxury starts here. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
70, the overnight low. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 94, 91 on Friday, and it's 91 right now in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Deal or no deal, the world awaits what's happening in Iran. We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Did you hear that coming up at 5 o'clock today, the Face-Off? This is where we invite a panel of guests. We fill the studio with people with varied backgrounds, different opinions, different political affiliations.
People who want to come in and answer the tough questions.
Yeah. Those with courage. And we have a lot of things that we're gonna hit them with and talk about and go back and forth. It comes up at 5 right here on KTR, or you can watch it on the KTR YouTube channel.
We got Congressman Schweikert.
Okay, he's running for
governor. Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz.
Okay.
And John Holmberg.
Okay, it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be a good one.
There might be some laughs. Holmberg usually brings that, even if it's unintentional.
He's about the funniest guy that you'll ever meet.
I think
there's
that's
no doubt about it.
Solid argument. Yeah. So I found this kind of surprising. Half, 48%, okay, I'm rounding up, of Americans say their lives lack fun. And this is one of the highest numbers I've ever seen. People are saying life isn't fun anymore. And I wonder if this is driven primarily by finances. If you don't have extra money or a lot of money, life isn't fun. And maybe we're equating fun. We're using the wrong terminology.
Well, listen, if you're struggling to put food on the table, life is not fun.
Fair.
You know, you are not going on a vacation.
No.
You know, are you even going to a movie? Probably not.
They can be pricey.
Right. So for a portion of people that, you know, I can see that if you're having trouble putting food on the table, life is not fun. You're working more.
Well, I was going to say,
you're working late. You're working different jobs.
Multiple jobs,
you're
the gig
exhausted,
economy. Yeah.
You're tired. Mm-hmm. You're raising kids. Okay, so that's just, I'm not going to give you a percentage, but yeah, there's some people out there that are like that, and it's rough. It is tough. There's no doubt about it. But what about others who, I don't know, I guess I'll say can afford to have some fun? I mean, you can find fun and not pay a tremendous amount of money.
I would argue that fun and spending money don't have to be the same thing.
Right. Like the example I always give is, okay, I'm a softball champion. So I have a softball team. I'm the captain. We play on Friday. And guess what? It's for about a month and a half. We do 4 seasons, but it's a month and a half. Everybody pays like $45.
$45.
$45.
And you
go and play.
Month and a half of entertainment. Your Friday nights.
$45.
All you need is a glove, basically, and you're in.
Right.
Yeah. This is low barrier to entry.
That's easy. I mean, that money.
Now, to be on your team, you do have to be a star.
That is correct.
Okay, that
And if you're on the fence and you're a big star, I may pay for you.
I'll pick up the tab.
But it's something like that where, that's just an example that I have.
Sure.
For all these Fridays, right? For a month and a half to 2 months, have a ton of fun.
Yeah. $
40. So there are things that you can go and have fun and don't cost an arm and a leg.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. So why are people fun deprived? What is going on with people that are fun deprived?
Again, if you look at this survey, it's money and time. Money and time is what's getting in the way.
They say that they would need, you talk about time, they would need an extra 17 extra hours per week to have fun. So you're just working too much.
You're working too much, or you're getting home late and
here's the
whatever.
question.
Going in early.
Are you working too much because you need to?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you working too much because you have to or because you want to?
I bet you if you're doing it because you want to and you're making more money, you're not fun deprived.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? That's something you choose to do?
There are some people that say, you know what? I'm working too much. I like my work, and I'm not going to take that vacation.
I had a Lyft driver the other day, and he told me, I asked him, trying to get content for the show, because, I've never talked to
No, you don't like
driver.
talking to anybody.
I asked him about gas prices, how it was affecting his work. Well, he has 3 jobs, and driving Lyft was one of them.
Okay.
And he talked to me about how the price of gas affects him here, but not in other jobs because he, gas doesn't impact it as much, but it certainly does when he's driving Lyft. So I was like, dude has 3 jobs. I feel lazy all of a sudden.
Well, that doesn't mean he's working all 3 in one day, 8 hours each.
I get it. No, but you know what I mean? I don't think he's uniquely alone. I think a lot of people are cobbling together things like that. And if you are in this, think about the gig economy. You're driving a delivery. You do DoorDash, Lyft, Uber, or even these Amazon. These are packages. If you aren't driving and working, you're not making money.
Mm-hmm.
You only make money when you're in motion.
What kind of activities count as fun? Because I'm going to give you one here.
Ooh.
When people are asked what kind of activities count as fun, the number one answer is watching TV.
I mean, I watch a lot of TV, but
too.
I don't consider it fun necessarily.
I do.
I find it entertaining.
That's fun.
That's fun?
Yeah.
I find it educational. You don't like that part.
No, I don't like that part.
I like watching a lot of documentaries.
But is it fun? Put it this way. If that's your number one hobby, like you're not meeting anybody. There's
no social aspect to it.
No. And some people like that. But if TV's number one, like the number 2 answer is spending time with family or friends. Okay. Well, if you spend time with family, sometimes that's good and bad. Right?
I want to throw something out there, and I'm not trying to sell people on anything, but if you're one of those people that says, I don't have a lot of money, but I don't feel like I have a lot of fun. I volunteer. This isn't about me. I'm trying really hard to do it. I have the pleasure of volunteering for a couple different organizations. Regular volunteering, once or twice a week, couple hours of my time. It is some of the most fun that I have. It rejuvenates me. I walk away with a smile on my face. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It is not a chore. It's not something I dread doing. It's something I look forward to doing.
I think people see it as a chore. I think a lot of people see it as a chore.
See, volunteering. Oh, Then you're not doing the right one.
Correct.
Then find it. And whether it's, I work with children's charities. Yours might be veterans. Mm-hmm. Yours might be animals. Yep. You find something that you enjoy.
It could be your church.
It could be church. It could be anything. The elderly. You find something like that. You will find fun and joy in that. I promise you. And it doesn't cost anything. There is no expense to it. Your time, and you can argue how valuable your time is. But I got to tell you, you get a lot more. It's a heck of an investment.
It is a strange study that we've been talking about where half of Americans say it's just life is not fun. It's some of the fun has really disappeared.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I am too. And it's like, if that's the case and that's you, I mean, I think you got to do a deep dive on yourself.
Yeah.
And say, what's going to make me
what brings a smile to my face?
Yeah. Can I help someone?
Mm-hmm.
Can I join a club?
What are my interests?
Right.
What do I like doing?
If you're an incredible softball player, you could text.
You can text 620. Gatos is always looking for good players.
Molly's recruiting.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Coming up next, you haven't lived till you've driven 172 miles an hour on a city street. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR has your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Washington Nationals Saturday, June 6th on Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night. Text BOBBLE to 620-620 or visit the KTAR contest page to enter. Text BOBBLE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
In recognition of Brain Tumor Awareness Month, Barrow Neurological Foundation is raising awareness and funds to support the Ivy Brain Tumor Center and their vision to provide new avenues of hope for patients and families struggling with aggressive brain tumors. This month, through a generous commitment from the Rick Omi Foundation, each donation received will be matched, doubling your gift's impact. Join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit supportbarrow.org today to double your donation. That's supportbarrow.org.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
KTAR News Flash.
346. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A Florida man is suing Carnival Cruises for $5 million, claiming he was severely burned because the synthetic pool deck material was too hot on his feet.
In a lawsuit, Jorge Luis Alvario Nunez claims he was a passenger on the Carnival Magic last May and that he was severely burned after walking barefoot on the pool deck, which is a synthetic wood material. He claims he had second-degree burns to his feet after walking barefoot about 20 steps from the pool to his chair to put on his shoes. The complaint alleges Carnival did not warn passengers that its deck can get hot. It alleges at least 25 passengers have been burned by hot pool decks on Carnival ships from 2019 to 2025. Carnival has not responded to a request for comment. Alex Stone, EBC News.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, let's check the roads. Here's Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
East Valley slowing on the southbound 101 Pima Freeway. It's there from McDonald Drive down to the 202 Red Mountain. US 60 eastbound, the Superstition kind of testy as you come off the transition out to about Country Club. And an accident. It's there along I-10 westbound the Papago. As you come out of the tunnel just west of 7th Avenue, everything off right and just a ton of slowing. Traffic brought to you by AMWA. From 10 cities valley-wide to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
May is National Stroke Awareness Month, and this month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight is on Bureau Neurological Institute. KTAR and Bureau encourage you to learn the signs of stroke and remember to be fast. B for sudden balance difficulties, E for eye and vision issues, F for facial drooping, A for arm weakness, S for speech difficulties, and T for time to call 911. To learn more, visit bureauneuro.org/stroke. KTAR News, proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on Bureau Neurological Institute.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Celebrate America's 250th with our limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. 2 for $8 at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, find the Big Q at KTAR.com. Here we go. I picked this out just for you, Bruce, because you are a race car driver.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question before we get to this.
Uh-oh.
Back when you were single, because I know that you've got the luckiest girl in the world.
There is that.
Did you ever lead with, I'm a race car driver?
Oh, I always lead with that.
You always lead with that.
No, I do not. No.
Okay.
What do you do for a living? I always say as little as possible.
I drive race cars. What do you do for a living?
Yeah.
Okay. I picked this one out for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
A driver in Atlanta was recently clocked traveling 172 miles an hour.
Woo!
What's the fastest you've ever driven? A, over 115. B, 100. C, 90. D, I'm too busy texting to know how fast I'm going.
I think I'm not answering for me. I think most people are going to say 100 miles an hour. 58.
100 miles an hour is the second.
Oh, really?
115, number one answer, 36%.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, good for you guys.
How fast have you gone on a regular road?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
I know I have to answer
because
these.
I've got to figure Tucson to Phoenix, Phoenix to Tucson.
So I used to have a motorcycle. I had you call them a crotch rocket, you know?
A crotch rocket?
Yeah, I had a Honda Interceptor 700 VFR. Had all the racing engine in it and slicks. And I was south of Tucson. There's a freeway called the 19. It goes down to Nogales.
Okay.
Now I don't know how accurate the speedometer is at that, but I maxed out, like I just couldn't pull any more at about 174 miles an hour.
On a motorcycle?
Correct. It wouldn't go any faster.
How dumb are you?
Oh,
God, is that dumb?
Yeah, I was like 19, when I was out doing that. I was wearing a helmet.
You really don't need a helmet if you go 172.
It bruised my chin because it tried to pull the helmet off my head. Like
I knew you had some crazy story.
Yeah, but in a car, I've probably only gone, like on the street.
Yeah.
Again, is DPS, don't listen. DPS, stop listening. My
140.
I got going between here and Vegas, when you get,
you
get out of Kingman.
Terrible.
And then you got that stretch before you get to the dam.
Yeah, where all the accidents are,
$150, somewhere in the 140s range. Again, speedometers aren't very accurate when you get up that high, just FYI.
So get this. The guy that went 172
which
in
is
Atlanta,
solid.
Authorities said a driver at that speed can cross the length of a football field in well under a second.
Oh, it's fantastic. Now, I've gone faster on racetracks.
How fast have you gone on a racetrack?
So I drove a NASCAR stock car, around California Motor Speedway back when it was around just under 200, 180s, 190s.
You didn't crash it?
No, I did not. No, they would have really frowned on that.
What's the highest speed you've gone and crashed?
Well, I don't have speedometers in the race car.
Take a guess. Because you've got 8 concussions.
110 mile an hour. Oh, it hurts.
Dude.
It just keeps going on forever.
Oh, gosh.
It's like you can time these crashes with a sundial.
Oh, my goodness.
Anyway, check of the headlines are on the way.
Oh, my gosh.
I deny any and all knowledge of ever going that fast on a public street, by the way. Coming up next, whatever you do, maybe you shouldn't do it outside. We'll tell you why. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us.
I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on.
And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Howdy, folks. Vince Marotta here, and right now is the perfect time to get up and go for savings at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Around these parts, it's not just about what's on the lot, it's about how you're treated when you get there. You walk in as a customer and drive home feeling like family. That's what made Earnhardt a trustworthy name in Arizona for 75 years. And now, they've leveled up their entire experience. We're talking a completely refreshed space that's bigger, more modern, and easier to shop, plus an expanded service center that gets you in and out faster, and a lineup of new Hondas ready when you are. It's the same no-bull approach Arizona's trusted for decades. Doing things the right way, now in a place that finally matches it. Get up and go for savings at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Local, trusted, and no bull since 1951. Or check out our incredible offers at EarnhardtHonda.com.
APR for well-qualified buyers with approved credit through Honda Financial Services. Loyalty award added to cap cost reduction. APR terms limited. See dealer for offer details and qualifications. Dealer installed options. Tax, title, license, and $6.99 doc fee extra. Sale in 6/126.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR-FM Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Divert evictions before the courts and the lawyers stepped in.
Maricopa County launching a program to keep renters in their homes. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
With $800,000 in funding, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has created the Eviction Diversion Pilot Program, which will begin running in August. County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee explains the goal is to help renters before eviction occurs and lawyers get involved.
Once an eviction process is started, 99% of the time it happens. And if it doesn't happen, the landlords and the tenant incur an incredible amount of cost.
She says if the program is successful, it may be expanded throughout the county, but when it starts in August, it will be focused on Phoenix zip codes with the highest level of evictions. Last year, there was more than 84,000 evictions filed in Maricopa County Justice Courts. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
2 men under arrest in connection with an Arizona fuel theft ring. Gas stations in Seligman reported that diesel fuel was stolen from their pumps. Yavapai County Sheriff's deputy spotted a U-Haul truck that was leaking fuel from the truck's cargo hold and found footprints to a nearby hotel room. There, they found the keys to the truck and a credit card skimmer And in the U-Haul, investigators found several fuel tanks holding 2,100 gallons of diesel. The sheriff's office is looking for a third suspect. The World Cup just about 2 weeks away, and while the public will be focused on what happens on the pitch, law enforcement around the country is going to be more concerned about what happens off of it.
Security is a top priority, but protecting essentially an entire continent is a challenge, according to former DHS Undersecretary John Cohen. He tells Arizona's Morning News.
11 cities across the United States are hosting World Cup games, but also there are communities that are hosting World Cup base camps. So teams will actually be there for the duration of the game. So the security implications and the law enforcement implications are extraordinary.
One of those base camps right here in the Valley in Mesa. Cohen says law enforcement agencies have been preparing for this for more than a year, looking at how to protect the public from physical and cyber attacks. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The American Cancer Society has issued new colon cancer screening guidelines in an effort to encourage millions who skip getting checked. Americans 45 to 75 years old, along with certain older and younger individuals, are advised to get screened.
The new screening guidelines for colon cancer include new advanced stool tests and the first ever inclusion of blood tests. The American Cancer Society making the changes and adding options to reach more than 20 million Americans, or 1 in 3 eligible adults who haven't received advised screenings. The tools, in addition to imaging techniques including colonoscopies, Cologuard Plus gets added to the old Cologuard, and a new type of test called ColoSense that uses a different technology is an option. The ACS says colorectal cancer is now the top cancer killer of adults under the age of 50. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Tempe's police department will be featured on a reality TV series called On Patrol Live. The show follows officers as they conduct patrols in real time. It's not the first time Arizona law enforcement has been featured on the show, as Phoenix Police, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and the Pinal County Sheriff's Department have also been on it before. It airs Friday and Saturday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. on the network Reels. For more on this story, just visit KTAR.com. Let's check your ride this afternoon. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, it's Commander Bill.
Freeway slowing, you'll find it on the 202 southbound South Mountain Freeway from the 10 ramps down to about Lower Buckeye. It's solid and slow. 202 westbound Red Mountain Freeway hits the skids around 40th Street with that typical daily slow and go grind all the way through the mini stack back onto I-10. Service Street crashes along Union Hills west of 51st, or rather west of the 51 Piestewa, and a crash along Bethany Holbrook near 35th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Staying in the low to mid 90s right through Saturday. Our overnight low 70. Right now it's 93 in Fountain Hills. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show.
Yes.
2 till 6.
All right.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
A lot of people tell you hour number 3, best of the hours.
1 hour away from the face-off.
Oh, that's right.
You can watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel. We've got a great panel. We're going to be welcoming in Congressman Schweikert, running for governor on the Republican side, Democrat Annalise Ortiz, Arizona State Senator, and our buddy John Holmberg, who's going to spice it up, as he always does.
He is a spicy one.
So make sure you're here 1 hour from now, the face-off. Iran, Mark Lamb's text.
It might come up. Yeah.
It will come up. So it's just, we've got a ton of stuff that we've got to get through.
This can't be good news on any scale. The American Lung Association comes out with an annual report of the worst air in the nation. And they're looking at, regions and metropolitan areas. And Phoenix, Arizona, the Phoenix metro area, came in as the 4th worst city for ozone pollution, only behind Los Angeles, Visalia, California, which I can't figure out exactly, and Bakersfield, the armpit of California.
I don't think it's our fault.
Okay, whose fault is it?
I think part of it is Mexico. We saw that study that was done a couple of weeks ago that a lot of their pollution, obviously, we're a border state, comes over. You don't need, that's easy to get over the border if you're pollution.
Pollution can come over the border.
I also think that our extreme heat and the amount of sunlight that we get here, that creates smog. And so we'll go through some things on what we can do better because, of course, everything, Phoenix, we can do better. But
being fourth worst is...
Yeah, but I think it's because we're in the Southwest.
A lot of the quote-unquote worst cities, and that was defined as bad air quality days, and the number of days were California, Nevada, Arizona, and Texas. They were, those were all where all the quote-unquote bad cities were.
Yeah, I can blame... I know one person we can blame on. You.
Port KY.
How long is your commute to work?
45 minutes.
Long commutes.
Yeah.
That is something that Arizona is all
driving
about.
And not just long commutes. We are a driving city.
So,
everything is spread out, and people drive to get anywhere. We're not a walking city. It's not like New York.
So vehicle exhaust is one of the biggest contributors to ozone pollution.
Yeah.
And you're driving 45 minutes to work, Bruce.
It's my fault. Yeah, that's fair.
But how many of you out there right now, you're driving home? You got a 45-minute
or half hour or whatever.
I mean, that is...
You're contributing.
Our massive dependency on cars in Arizona is part of the contributing factor.
So I'm trying to read this. The EPA website is from...
Oh, good luck.
About 1975. We here in Maricopa County and portions of Pinal and Yavapai, our gasoline is CBG, cleaner burning gasoline. It is a specific blend for Arizona.
It's more expensive.
Obviously it's going to be more expensive.
How's it working? Still have the brown cloud out there.
Well, but they implemented this some 20 years ago because the air used to be worse.
Amazing.
I remember when we had those brown clouds over the city. And you know what? I lived in Los Angeles, and you'd have these smog days. And herein lies the rub. Do you want to have brown air and asthma and respiratory problems, and everybody walks outside and goes, it smells horrible around here? Or what else can we do?
Again, I've said it. It's really not the fault. It's not Phoenix's fault. We sit in a valley surrounded by mountains, and there's research out there that says
that bowl,
the pollution can get trapped close to the ground, especially during, the temperatures.
Stagnant times when there isn't wind blowing through that blows it out of the valley.
We've all called it the brown cloud for decades.
Yeah.
And so it's partly where we're situated on this planet.
So should we be doing more, knowing that we have a predisposition because of our geography and our temperatures that we're going to have worse air quality? I mean, I think air quality matters to some people.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, you want good health, and you don't want problems down the line. But the only way to really fix this, well, part of it is stop driving, and we're not going to do that. No. Are you going to start to take the bus or light rail? No. Many of you are not going to do that. Okay, how about electric buses? We have a few. We don't have enough. Why? They're expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to get an EV the next time you go and you buy a car? I'm probably not. Would it be better for the environment? Yeah, but I'm probably not.
I didn't know this.
I'm just being honest.
And granted, the Trump administration, God only knows, somebody may have already paid him off. But the city of Phoenix and the state of Arizona were facing federal penalties because of poor air quality, which is why they adopted some of these gasoline standards to try to bring the pollution level down and avoid literally being penalized by the federal government for having bad air.
It's tough, man. When you talk about the geography of where we are, the climate that we're in, and the fact that we are so spread out that we drive ourselves everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like people will have to make a decision to want a better environment, and we're all selfish, and we don't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, now I would say, though, short term, long term, we can walk and chew gum, that we all used to make fun of. Like those cities with the bad air, right?
Yes, of course.
Remember the ones you'd see in China where, you couldn't see a block down the road? It's just.
But isn't that one of the reasons that a lot of people in China wear a mask?
Because the air was so bad.
Because the air's so bad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they wear masks outside.
Because you can't breathe the air.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to, at least. Well, not be healthy with it. We don't want to get to that point.
No.
Because that will dramatically affect the economy in this state. People will choose not to live in a place where they can't breathe the air.
Correct.
So we have to find a balance somehow.
Well, we're better than 20 or 30 years ago because, I'm looking at this graph.
Yeah.
And it was bad 30 years ago. So
that's why they instituted, again, it was early 2000s, they came up with these new standards for gasoline that's sold here.
So we're better.
Because our air was so bad.
But still not good.
Yes, we've improved. I saw a study that from people that do studies. It was literally a scientific journal. It was one of those ones on a PDF file. God.
Yeah.
And I read the summation because I didn't have time to go through the tabs. They said that these clean burning gas, the cleaner gases, and don't make me get into the science of that, it reduces pollution by about 13%. So it's not like it's going to reduce it by 80%. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to all of a sudden clean up the skies, but it does make an impact. The argument is how much of an impact and what could you do different?
Like what about dust and construction? What about wildfire smoke? I mean,
I don't think there's much you can do about that.
There's not much you can do about the wildfire smoke. Can you do something about dust and construction? You've got the blowing dust. You've got, dirt lots. We have construction all over the valley. Mm-hmm. It's super dry.
Now, they do have all these. You've seen this before when you have construction sites. They have to go out and water the dirt. You can't have have blowing dust that's against the law.
Well, I mean, so they're doing something there. Maybe they didn't do it before, but we do that now.
Right.
But you have a bad wildfire.
No, there's nothing you can do about it.
It'll dump smoke right into the valley.
100%. Nothing you can do about that. Tell you what, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. Also, a reminder coming up.
5 o'clock.
The Face-Off. Hope you can join us for that. And you can check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Up next, will you soon need to take a breathalyzer just to get on a plane? The fines keep going, they will. Talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. You need Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Why? Well, if you're hurt in any kind of an accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. That's the first thing that they're going to try and do. They don't want to pay you. They want to pay you as little money as they possibly can, and they're hoping for a big zero that they have to pay you. Well, when you walk in with Sweet James Accident Attorneys, the insurance companies get the pucker face going. They don't like Sweet James. That's why you hire Sweet James. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, they specialize in car, truck, motorcycle accident cases. They've gotten over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. And obviously, these are attorneys that are recognized as the best attorneys in Arizona, in America. And all you have to do is go to sweetjames.com or call 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. Remember, the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
Divert evictions before the courts and the lawyers stepped in.
There's a new eviction diversion program that's coming to Maricopa County, created with $800,000 in funding. County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee explains she pushed for it due to high levels of evictions. The goal is to bring resources to renters before that occurs. It will start in August in areas of Phoenix with high evictions, but it could expand if it's successful. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more KTAR News, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. Here's Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Lots of freeway slowing, like on the 101 Agua Fria westbound, fairly solid right now, approaching the North Stack all the way over to about Union Hills. Along the 101 Pima Freeway westbound, it's got you wrapped up in that stop-and-go stuff from 64th Street over to the 51 ramps. And there's a crash along I-10 eastbound, the Inner Loop Freeway. It's approaching 16th Street, so make sure you lean all the way to your right as you pass by. Traffic brought to you by DiscountACUnits.com. Don't ever overpay for your AC. DiscountACUnits.com saves you thousands on top brands with pro installation. DiscountACUnits.com. Savings is in the name. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Hey, you can stay informed on everything education with KTAR's Eyes on Education newsletter. How do you get signed up? Easy. Just text EDUCATION to 620-620. You can get all the information you need. Education to 620-620 and stay up to date with all the latest education news in Arizona. So, I thought that airlines were kind of responsible for themselves. Like, they didn't want to let really drunk people on airlines. On airplanes. And we've all probably seen the videos of people being like denied boarding. You know, there was a delay flight. They sat at the bar for a while, possibly overserved, right? But Alaska Airlines is facing a pretty hefty fine from the FAA for letting too many drunk people on the planes. That's right. They say there are, I think it was total of 11 instances where obviously inebriated people were allowed to board the plane. In other words, the airlines, at risk of being fined, are supposed to deny boarding to people who appear intoxicated.
How do you screen them?
What, are you going to have to breathalyze them, you think?
No, I mean, that's never going to work.
I think you can tell.
Okay, who screens them, though? Because I agree, you can probably tell, but is it up to flight attendants? That's not fair.
I think it's gate agents. You don't let them down the little walkway if they're loaded.
I think that we all know that it is very uncomfortable to be around someone who's loaded. Okay, whether it's you're sitting next to that person on a plane, or you know, you go to a football game and you're sitting next to that person who stumbles in and pours himself into the seat, and you're like, man, you smell like a bar. Mm-hmm. It's never comfortable. I can't stand it. I don't like it. I don't want to sit next to someone, and I'm talking about, like, you know, really, really hammered. You want to go and have a couple of glasses of wine?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
But we're talking really, really hammered, and you're slobbing all over yourself.
Some of these people, though, and it appears that maybe what had been behind some of this is they caused disruptions on a flight.
Sure they do.
Or law enforcement had to get involved at some point.
Right.
And the FAA went back to Alaska Airlines and said, listen, if we're yanking people off the plane before you take off, why did you let them on the plane?
Right. It's a lot easier to not let that person on a plane because getting them off, that's going to be a disaster.
Oh, it's horrible.
I'm fine.
Right.
I mean, that's what they're going to say.
And then they have to deplane everybody.
Sure.
And all of this. So
yeah. But your point of, like, my question was, who's going to screen them?
Yeah.
And if you're saying the gate agents, now you're giving them an extra job to do. But it's got to be super obvious, right?
You have to, like, be slurring and now I've run into interesting things. So, you know, I like to sit in poor person's first class, which is the emergency exit.
Oh, it's great. Me
too. A little extra legroom.
Sure.
I only fly American, so I fly 11 or 17 ARF.
Okay.
When you get on the plane and you sit in an emergency exit, you know, you can scan it, they have to ask you, are you able to assist in the event of you're sitting in an emergency exit, can you assist in the event of emergency? You have to say yes or no.
Right.
So the guy in front of me, beep, beep, and the little thing goes beep, beep, beep. So I knew he's emergency exit. And they asked him the question. He didn't understand English.
You have to move him.
They wouldn't let him sit there.
Yeah.
So the gate agents are already screening on some level. The gate agents are the ones telling you, how many times have you seen this now? You can only have one bag and one personal item. Those are 3. You either combine them or check it.
Yeah.
So they're already being plain cops.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think any of us, some of you might, want somebody who is obviously drunk sitting next to you or in your row on a plane.
No, I remember a flight. My wife and our daughter were on a plane. And I don't exactly remember where we were going. But we were kind of in the middle. towards the back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I don't know what was going on in the back, but it seemed like there was a party going on.
Okay.
And I really, I don't care. It seemed like there was some drinking certainly
Possibly
going on.
some imbibing.
To the point where people were getting out of their seat. And it may have been this big, like we all traveled together or something like that. Like 15 people traveled together and they're all boozing it. And I just remember them all getting up and being overly social with each other. And then they kind of moved down towards us. Like they took the whole plane over, right? They kind of moved down towards us. And I'm on the aisle seat, right? And all of a sudden, I've got this guy's rear end in my face.
Oh.
And I look at my wife and I look at our daughter. I go, you can imagine. And I'm thinking the last thing I want to do is, have a rear end in my face.
Fair.
Would you like a man's rear end in your face?
No, that's why I sit on the window, by the way, also.
There you go.
Keep it up.
So I gave him a chance to move his rear end from my face, and he didn't. So I shoved him.
Ooh.
What else am I going to do?
Right.
I don't want to get in a fight. I don't want to do that. But, it's hard to put your rear end in someone's face on a plane. It's pretty tough.
You got to work at it.
Bending over, talking to somebody in another aisle, and I'm like, there are two cheeks right here.
You got to work at it.
And so I remember shoving him. And he kind of, was a little surprised by that. And I gave him a look. And, I mean, and I'm like, if you screw with me, my wife is going to kick your rear end.
I'm curious, and I
didn't know what else to do, though.
Right, but I wish we would have talked. I wonder, because the Gatos Bride is a flight attendant.
Yes.
And I wonder if she's had to deal with, obviously drunk people on planes. And she has such a wonderful mannerisms about her, having been a school teacher. I'm sure she's used to, like, dealing with a drunk passenger is probably like dealing with a fourth grader, so I'm sure she's very good at it, but I
we're
got
not
to
going to serve you anymore. We think you're okay. You know what? Let's get you a lemonade or something like that, right?
I mentioned to you before, they cut a guy off on a plane, on a flight I was on, and he was in the row in front of me.
Okay.
And I heard the flight attendant say no more, and he was kind of loud and obnoxious.
Did he have his rear end in your face?
No, he was sitting down.
Okay.
But he grabbed the flight attendant.
No way.
When she cut and tried to spin her back around, she turned to walk away from him.
It's over.
And it was
over.
Yeah. The police came on.
Yes.
By the way,
Yes.
Nobody.
This is your captain speaking. When we land, please everyone stay in your seats. We're going to have law enforcement come on the aircraft.
Yep. Yeah, you can't.
And that's what happened.
Can't do that.
He left in cuffs.
Yes, and he deserved that.
100%. You didn't hear me argue.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Don't forget, coming up at 5, it's the face-off. That's right. We'll have a great panel. Green Room's going to start filling up here any minute now. Coming up next, when's the last time you went to a traditional funeral? The church service followed by a graveside thing. It might have been a while, and there's a reason. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
We've had days and days of repeated mixed signals about this deal to try and end the war. And having said a solution was largely negotiated over the weekend, President Trump hours later advising negotiators to not rush into a deal, then writing that negotiations are, quote, proceeding nicely. He went on to say it'll only be a great deal or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
All right, so I'm talking to you if you are renters, okay? Let me do some math for you. If you're paying, let's say $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,000 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed someone else $132,000, and you own zip. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage Team, 623-875-9940. Get pre-qualified. They'll tell you within just a few hours whether buying is on the table for you. That's right. You get a yes or a no. So here's why you go with Lund. Great pricing, okay? Pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage isn't a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They are in your corner from day one. Lund Mortgage, 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Liberty HealthShare members are everyday heroes to each other, their communities, and the world. It's more than just a way to seek support for eligible healthcare expenses. It's a movement that says goodbye to the status quo and looks toward a brighter, healthier future. Together. Join a healthcare sharing ministry of heroes just like you who show up for one another. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org. Liberty HealthShare, where you can be a hero.
The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30/30 mystery bauble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. But deep down, you know that's not okay. I want to lead you back to the normal you. In comes the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. Now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. And now's the time because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time. And the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics. Better starts here. Schedule your free consultation today. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy.
Our wage growth is miserable. It's functionally flat, and a couple of categories negative here in Arizona.
An Arizona Republican says in order to turn the affordability crisis around, we need a more competitive workforce. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to tell us more.
Arizona ranks 45th in the nation when it comes to affordability, according to a Common Sense Institute report. Congressman David Schweikert tells the Mike Broomhead Show the state needs to be recruiting new business to sustain the next generation of workers.
If you want to raise wages, if you're saying you care about affordability, first thing you do is raise wages. The way you do that is you get enough economic business growth that they're competing for your willingness to work.
He explains Arizona had negative wage growth last year in a number of categories, including manufacturing, construction, and education. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you can watch that full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona's one of 4 new regional hubs from the National Network for Microelectronics Education. It's going to collaborate with more than 45 partners across K-12 schools, colleges, and semiconductor companies to create workforce pathways. Kolu Wilson is the Chief Workforce Officer with the Arizona Commerce Authority and says this will allow all the partners to take advantage of each other's resources.
And one of the biggest needs for a company looking to expand in Arizona is making sure they have the right talent and the right talent pipelines to fill the jobs that they will have.
The state hub will also service Southern California, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. After more than 24 hours following the chemical explosion at a paper mill in Washington state, officials confirm they do not expect to find any survivors and are undergoing recovery efforts for the 9 missing employees of Nippon Dynawave Packaging Facility. Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson says it's been an emotional day for the 38,000 residents of Longview.
You know, anytime you're talking about that scale of tragedy, that scope of tragedy, and that number of lives lost and injured, it's a pretty profound impact for a community like this.
There are now 2 confirmed deaths and 7 people are hospitalized. A responding firefighter was also treated and released. Time for traffic check. Let's go right to Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
It's a crash along I-10 eastbound, the Interloop Freeway involving a motorcycle near 16th Street that's causing heavy bumper-to-bumper delays basically in both directions, so give yourself plenty of extra time there. Watching a crash on your cameras along 7th Street right over top I-10. A couple of vehicles have spun out, so you'll have to wiggle your way around those dead-in-the-water vehicles and the tow units that are now on the scene. One Silver Street crash, brand new along 19th Avenue at Thomas. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies right around 70 for a low temp, 94 tomorrow, mostly sunny, and then 91 on Friday. It's 94 currently in Maricopa. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
He's the top candidate for the East Valley seat in Congress, but will accusations of sexual impropriety, sexting, and racist jokes kill the campaign of former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, on Arizona's Morning News Thursday on KTAR's YouTube channel and 92.3 FM.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, it's going to come up in the face-off. What time is that coming up, Gators?
5 o'clock. And there's a bigger part of that. It's one person. It's former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb, but it's also you gonna vote for somebody who's got allegations like that?
Yeah, they are 100%.
Not everybody.
No, plenty, enough to win.
We'll see.
Well, remember that district. Whoever wins the Republican primary wins the general.
Right.
So it's not a competitive district.
I mean, should he drop out? That's the question we're going to ask.
It'll come up on the face-off. When's the last time you attended what I'm going to refer to as a traditional funeral? A church service followed by, either you walk to or the motorcade going to a cemetery, and you're there when they lower the casket into the ground. I mean, it's been 15 years for me, maybe?
Yeah, something like that for me, too. I think it was my grandmother.
But I can't count how many celebrations of life I've been to. Like, I've been to a lot of those.
Or you go to a ceremony.
Okay.
Whether it's in a church or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know, and I can't remember. Unfortunately, you and I have been to way too many funerals.
Sadly.
I don't remember going to a grave site.
Yeah.
Here in the last 10, 15 years that I can remember.
Well,
so is that part of it done? Or does it just the family do that? Or I don't know.
Well, I think times they are changing.
Yeah, I agree.
Is part of it. And we have data from the National Funeral Directors Association.
Fun Christmas party.
That shows 2/3 of funerals are now cremations And over the next 20 years, they expect that number to be 80%.
I think when you think about cremation versus you're going to put me in the ground and worms are going to eat me.
Ooh, nice visual games.
I'm thinking that people say, I don't really want to rot down there. So I'm going to go with, it seems like cremation has become much more popular. And it sounds like it just makes it, you put it in an urn, everything's good. Then you know what? You go to the person's favorite place, you spread the ashes around.
I have mom in the living room.
Right.
The urns in the living room.
Yeah, and don't you,
I like that.
I kind of like that too.
I like that better than going to a cemetery.
But I also think like my dad, I think of my dad.
Okay.
My dad is 79 and he still likes to go and visit my mom in the gravesite. That gives him some peace.
I can only imagine.
And so I've never been like that. It doesn't bring me any peace. That stuff doesn't, for me.
I visit my dad down in Tucson when I go down there.
Does that bring you any peace?
Yeah.
When you go to a graveyard.
I do like it. Well, it's my dad and my grandmother are buried together, him and his mom, down in Tucson.
And you leave the little bottle of
Tabasco. My dad used to put Tabasco in everything, and I leave Tabasco every time I go down there, yes. So I think part of it also,
we talk preference. It really is. It's preference.
But we talk about changing norms. And I think people are, I don't know, I'm not bold enough to say we have an evolving view on death, but I think people are trying to find positives, and celebration of life and something simpler like a cremation, I think it just fits with where people's heads are at a little bit more. Let's get all of the people together who love this person.
Yes.
And instead of weeping and standing there and all this weight and heaviness of a traditional funeral, let's tell jokes. Let's talk about the fun. Let's talk about why we love them.
It also depends on how they go.
That's fair. And age could be a part of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think if you go young, there's no celebration.
That's
of life.
Very difficult to make that argument.
Brutal,
terrible,
horrible funeral that you have to go to, and you can't celebrate. There's nothing to celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
If you're 80 and you're 85 and it's over, okay, well we can celebrate your life. But some people die of cancer at 50, and they say, listen, celebrate my life, make it fun.
Right.
I get it.
And don't you think that people are maybe getting a little more comfortable talking about death, where people are planning and they're talking about funerals? Maybe it's just because I went through it recently, with my mom.
Right.
But I just don't. We never had that conversation with my dad. Like that never came up like that. And my dad died of a stroke, so it wasn't. He wasn't sick necessarily, but this wasn't a conversation. And I can't imagine ever having that conversation with my dad. It's not something we would talk about.
My mom had the worst funeral ever. It was during COVID.
Oh,
God. I always tell this story. They let my dad and sister in the room, casket, no one else. So I couldn't go.
God.
My sister's husband could not go in to console her. And they put my mom's body on in the hearse, and they started to drive out to the cemetery.
Yeah.
And you could only have 2 people, family members, at the cemetery. So it would be my dad and my sister without her husband, which is like, COVID rules.
It's just horrible.
Right. And so what the guy did driving the hearse, he stopped a block before the cemetery. My brother-in-law got out of his car. The hearse driver got out of his car. The hearse driver gave my brother-in-law his hat.
Oh, no.
And said, drive her in. You can go to the funeral that way.
And you're the pretend hearse driver.
How horrible.
That's how stupid it was.
That's how stupid it was. They were outside, by the way. So my sister's husband, my poor brother-in-law, is driving his, my mom to her gravesite.
Mm-hmm.
Just... if that doesn't make you want to go to a funeral, I don't know what does.
Absolutely.
And now we look back at it, and it's like, as horrifying as that was, I wouldn't say it's funny. I'd say it's crazy.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't call it funny, but yeah, certainly odd.
But you had a celebration of her life
We did.
later.
Yeah. We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was good. I mean, it was a year later when everybody could get together.
Right.
Yeah. But my mom was funny because she took attendance at funerals.
I beg pardon?
Yeah, when my grandfather died and when my grandmother died, she took attendance.
She
wanted to know who came and who didn't show.
Yeah, it wasn't who came.
And guess
it was
what?
who wasn't there. Yeah, that was what she was taking attendance
You wonder
for.
where I got this from? I'll tell you in a second. Who didn't come? They're dead to her.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do not invite them to mine.
She would say that. Really?
They're dead to me.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. If you didn't come, you're dead to me. And she had a list.
By the way, that story puts a smile on my face.
There you
Makes me think warmly of your mom.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
That's a celebration of her taking roll and attendance at a funeral.
Oh, you're here? It really doesn't matter. I'm waiting to see if this person shows up. Because if this person doesn't show up, they're dead to me.
Check if the headlines are on the way. We've got Becky Lynn get us up to speed on that. And coming up next, more and more young couples are hiding their finances from one another. The good and the bad. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm down 13 pounds in 3 weeks. Hi, Joe Huizenga for Soda Diet Nutrition. How'd I do it? Simple. Kristen, my nutritionist at Soda Diet Nutrition, and the amazing Soda team. They've helped me each step of the way because Soda is all about nutritionist-coached weight loss. My program's personalized to my body and my goals, and the best part, it's just food. No pills and no injections. A lot of people have asked me about the food, too, because they've had bad experiences in their past eating bland, nasty cardboard from other companies. With Soda Diet Nutrition, you're eating real food from the grocery store. I make my own meals, and they taste good. Check out Soda Diet Nutrition right now. SodaDietNutrition.com or call them at 866-800-SODA. SOTA. If you join now, your partner joins free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Guys lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. Women lose about 2 to 3 pounds per week. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
When you experience a death in your family, the last thing you should face is a maze of legal and tax complexities tied to trusts and wills or tackling the mound of paperwork for insurance claims, annuities, bank accounts, pensions, and hidden assets. All this tedious work can make your family feel overwhelmed when all you want is time to grieve and honor your lost one's memory. That's why you need to call Enterprise Estate Advisors. At Enterprise Estate Advisors, we're more than advisors. We're true fiduciaries, which means we work directly for your family. We dig deep to uncover wealth that has been left behind, protect the estate from making incorrect probate decisions, and handle the transferring of wealth to the family. Our advisors handle all the details with compassion, trust, and complete transparency. Enterprise Estate Advisors, where proper wealth transfer is our promise to you. Call us at 623-387-3141 or find us online at enterpriseestateadvisors.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center this afternoon. A judge has declared a mistrial in the sentencing of Ian Mitchum. The jury reportedly saying they were unable to make a decision with the death penalty on the table. Mitchum was convicted last month for the brutal murder of Allison Feldman, who was found dead in her Scottsdale home. Mitchum remains in custody. The mistrial does not impact his conviction for that murder. This case took more than 10 years to go to trial due to a fight over how DNA evidence was gathered. Once again, a judge has declared a mistrial in the sentencing of Ian Mitchum, who could have faced the death penalty. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's check traffic now. Let's go to Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Over the course of the last hour, Becky Lynn, we've had 4 separate accidents along I-10 east and westbound between the Mini Stack and Stack interchange, so that area is really tied up because of that. Service Street collisions, watching that one along 7th Street at I-10, mostly a northbound curb lane tie-up right now, and 19th Avenue at Thomas Road, Phoenix PD on the scene. Traffic brought to you by Sweet James. When an injury from a car, truck, or motorcycle accident changes your life, call the attorneys at Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, and sweetjames.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Alan Johnson right here on KTAR, 12 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Alan is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Alan's insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m.
Hey, Joe Huizenga. Mesa Gateway Airport's one of 2 airports in the nation to be selected for a pilot program that could lead to big positive changes. We'll have the details for you tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News with Becky Lynn and me on the KTAR News YouTube channel, on air, online, and the KTAR app.
When I hear of an airline having a pilot program, I assume that means guys that fly the planes. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay, thank you. So this is interesting because I think this starts a real debate. And if you are driving with your significant other in the car right now, let's start the fight. Do you share bank accounts? More younger couples do not. And the trend has been towards fewer and fewer married couples sharing bank accounts. That's been the trend, if you will, heading that way. And you can't go back too far because what did we learn? It was in the 70s, like women couldn't have bank accounts without their husbands signing up, credit cards, things like that. So we can't go back like 100 years ago. No, we're in the recent history, if you will. 34% of Gen Z and 26% of millennial couples say they keep their money in completely separate accounts.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
No, and maybe it was just such an easy thing for my wife and I to do. Like, all right, so before you get married, obviously you got to have a talk about everything. And one of those things has to be finances, right? And my wife and I kind of matched up really well with finances.
Okay.
Whether it's investing or what do we want to spend our money on, or
well, so you were you had the same mindset, if you will.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm wondering, if young Americans are, going to get married and they're like, okay, well, do we have the one bank account, or what if one of the two?
Okay, I'm ready.
Spends money
like it's going out of style,
like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what if?
Well, isn't that a lot of relationships? There's a saver and a spender.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean,
does that work with you in the Gatos Pride?
Well, I think that there's some. Well, let's say that there's a 25-year-old out there going to marry his girlfriend, now fiance, right? And they're like, well, we're going to get different accounts. Why? Well, because you gamble.
She's
like,
you're a degenerate gambler.
Well, I mean, if you gamble and you're gambling money away.
I'm not putting my money into the gambling
fund. Money into that. Yeah. So I don't know.
Is your argument don't get married then to a gambler?
I think
or separate accounts.
I think that if you are going to get married and you love this person, but this person does not know how to budget money, spends it on frivolous things, you got to have a come to Jesus moment. I mean, something's got to change.
Money is so touchy.
It is.
Here's something, though. It's
very touchy.
The mixed approach, half and halvesy, has been gaining in popularity. About 40% of millennial couples say they have individual accounts, but they have a shared joint account. And I'm going to assume that's the one that, runs the household.
Okay.
We put our money into a joint account, and that pays the bill. And then what's left over, we have our own accounts, and that's up to us to spend on what we want.
Well, what if
does that work?
What if one of the spouses makes $200,000 a year, and the other one makes $40,000?
No, you both put in the same amount. You're paying halvesies for the house.
It doesn't seem very fair, does it?
Well, yeah. Welcome to the real world.
Well, I don't know if that's.
So you think it's more fair that the other person pays for all the expenses?
I think if you are separating your money, it tells me a lot about your marriage. Now, you might make it. You might not. I really don't know. Maybe it works for you. Weird things work for different people. I mean,
sure.
I get that. I just think if you're going into a marriage and you're already trying to hoard your money over here and not let the other person get any of it, you've got an issue. There's a big issue before marriage. This is not a good way to start.
How about this?
If you can't trust your spouse, there's a big issue.
I got a text for you. 620. I've been married 35 years. We've had separate accounts. We never fight about money.
I've heard it work before. I have.
I guess you could see it that way. You're absolutely right. As long as you have an understanding of what the shared responsibility is of the expenses of being a married couple, then I don't see the problem.
I like going into it where, like, in a marriage, it's a partnership. It is 50-50, right? And it's not, I'm going to keep what I have and you're going to keep what you have.
Nanny, foo-foo.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good way to start.
All right. Hey, we've got to check the headlines on the way. We got Becky Lynn doing that. But coming up next,
Here we go. I got a big fight field today.
The green room is filling up right now with our guests for the face-off coming up at 5 o'clock. Again, not only can you listen on KTAR online, but we'll also be up on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can watch all of our guests. We got cameras everywhere.
Got big names here.
Stick around, because coming up next, we're going to kick the face-off off. That doesn't work.
That doesn't sound right.
Are we any closer to a peace deal with Iran? There you go. Start light. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your windows, because Advanced Window Products wants to come to your house, meet you, measure the windows, and give you a free estimate on what it might cost. Now, that's what they did for me several months ago. I bought new windows from Advanced Window Products. My wife and I are thrilled. Some windows that we had, you couldn't even see through. Some windows that we had let all the hot air from outside in. And it was just, it's an energy disaster. Your bills are a mess. So I'm looking forward to summer. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having all the cold air from my AC that's going to blow inside, stay inside for once. So at Advanced Window Products, you're getting a company that's been doing business for 40 years. You're getting a company that builds the windows themselves right here in Arizona. You are going to get higher quality. You're going to get a better fit. You're certainly going to get better pricing. So let's talk pricing, right? When you call 480-746-4280 or advancedwindows.com, they will talk pricing with you. And that includes my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Gatos and KTAR, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call right now at 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage, for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
At Genesis of Chandler, refined luxury is an experience crafted around you. From our sanctuary-like showroom, where your time is respected, to Genesis Service Valet, where we pick up your vehicle, leave you a loaner, and keep your day moving. And right now, we're making it even easier to get into the Genesis of your dreams. Qualified buyers can get the 2026 GV80 for as low as 0.49% APR for 48 months, or lease it for just $519 a month. The stunning GV70 is available at 1.99% APR, or lease for $499 a month. And the spirited G70, lease it for just $319 a month. Offers end June 1st. Visit us at Genesis of Chandler today and discover why the greatest luxury of all is the one that fits your life perfectly.
All offers for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance. GV80 finance at $20.93 per 1,000 finance. Leases are 24 months with 12,000 miles per year. GV80 lease requires $5,999 due at signing. GV70 and G70 require $4,999 due at signing. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 doc fee, and $699 protection package. Ends June 1st. See Genesis of Chandler for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You know me. I don't put my name behind anything unless I truly believe in it, and I believe in Central Valley Dentistry and Dr. Babahani. Central Valley is a full-service smile makeover center, all on 4 implants with same-day teeth, Invisalign, veneers, crowns, root canal, cleanings, even lip fillers, Botox, and laser. They have snoring treatment for sleep apnea as well. And if you're nervous about any of it, they offer in-house sedation right there in the office, so you are comfortable every step of the way. Here's what sets them apart. Dr. B doesn't just perform these advanced procedures every day. He trains other dentists and surgeons in these techniques. That's the level of expertise you're getting. The genuine care, the attention to detail, whatever you need, they make it work. They keep it affordable. Contact for a complimentary consultation, 602-246-0385, or visit their website, centralvalleydentistry.com. That's 602-246-0385. They are the Smile Makeover Center.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that. We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A judge has declared a mistrial in the sentencing of Ian Mitchum. The jury saying they were unable to make a decision with the death penalty on the table. Mitchum was convicted last month for the murder and sexual assault of Allison Feldman at her home in Scottsdale, and he remains in custody. The mistrial does not impact his conviction for the murder. The case took more than 10 years to go to trial due to a fight over how DNA evidence was gathered. In a statement to KTAR, the Maricopa County Attorney's Office says they have not made a decision yet on whether to retry sentencing. A Mesa mother and her boyfriend are under arrest after her child suffered fatal burns. On April 12th, Mesa police responded to a report of a child not breathing. And upon arrival, officers found a 22-month-old child unresponsive and suffering from injuries consistent with burns. The child was taken to the hospital, where they were pronounced dead. It's alleged the child's mother and her boyfriend concealed the injuries and failed to get treatment for 10 days prior to the child's death. The couple were arrested on charges of first-degree murder and child abuse likely to cause death.
Divert evictions before the courts and the lawyers stepped in.
Maricopa County is launching a program that will help keep renters in their homes. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live at the News Center to tell us more.
Through $800,000 in funds, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has created the Eviction Diversion Pilot Program, which will begin running in August. County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee explains the goal is to help renters before eviction occurs and lawyers get involved.
Once an eviction process is started, 99% of the time it happens. And if it doesn't happen, the landlords and the tenant incur an incredible amount of cost.
She says if the program is successful, it may be expanded throughout the county, but when it starts in August, it will be focused on Phoenix zip codes with the highest level of evictions. Last year, there was more than 84,000 evictions filed in Maricopa County Justice Courts. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
The Arizona Diamondbacks officially a third of the way through their season with their best record since the 2023 season when they went to the World Series. Arizona sports host Vince Morata says a big reason why has been how manager Torey Lovello has motivated his players.
You see a manager, with all due respect to Torey, not that much in terms of results, but he's been around 10 years. It's because he does know how to deal with personalities. He knows how to deal with egos and individuals.
The D-backs have won 10 out of their last 10 games, beat the Giants 3-2 today for a sweep of the series. After a day off tomorrow, the D-backs will head to Seattle and take on the Mariners. The World Cup now just about 2 weeks away. Security around the country will have their hands full. This according to former Department of Homeland Security Undersecretary John Cohen. He tells Arizona's Morning News law enforcement has been prepping for over a year.
Or they're preparing for cyber threats directed at the venue, directed at state and local governments that are hosting the games. They're concerned about cyber attacks directed at private sector organizations that are involved in these events. They are concerned about acts of targeted violence.
World Cup games will take place in 11 cities across the U.S., as well as in Mexico and Canada, and even more who will be setting up training base camps, and that includes Mesa, which will be the temporary home for the Turkish national team. Time to check on traffic now. Let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center where we find Commander Bill.
Southeast Valley, an accident on the 202 Santan Freeway. It's eastbound near McQueen. Expect heavy slowing as you approach. Service Street collisions in Scottsdale. 83rd Place at Raintree. Along 7th Street at I-10, mostly at northbound curb lane tie-up remains. 19th Avenue at Thomas, as well as 75th Avenue at Northern. Phoenix PD on the scene of both. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distribution. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, a low of 70. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, right around 94 degrees for high, and 91 on Friday. Right now, it's 95 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, here we go. It's a Wednesday at 5:05. Time for the Face-Off, and let's see who is facing off. John Holmberg is back in the big seat over there, host of Holmberg's Morning Sickness, 98 KUPD. John, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thanks for having me.
We've got Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz back with us. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
And look at this gentleman who is running for governor He is Congressman David Schweiker. Congressman, how are you today?
I am elated. My wife is like a fangirl of both of you, so
right.
I didn't have a choice. Is she okay? Is she okay? Look,
This is a cry for help.
No, I want you to walk through something. She married me.
There's a good point.
Answer that question.
Questionable decisions in her life.
All right, so let's start off with something that is gaining more and more traction, and that is former Pinal Sheriff Mark Lamb.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is certainly running for Congress, and it came out over the last few days, especially today, that he made a racist joke in 2016 that was a direct message exchange. There are screenshots of this from AZ Central. They're saying Lamb encouraged homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic slurs. There's screenshots of these. Mark Lamb has been here on the Face-Off, and we've invited him in many times. And, some of the things that have come out is that they're allegedly swingers.
He struggled with that.
So, should he drop out? Is this something that should he have a come to Jesus moment and say time to drop out? We'll start with John.
I don't think he should drop out right away unless he did something wrong. I think we were talking about it before off the air. He was leading with his faith, with his morality as his charge to why he should have the job. That's the problem. I don't care what he does at home with his wife.
Right.
What their agreement is. Look, I've been a less than perfect person in my life. The last thing I need is people saying, "Oh, you're going to pay for that years from now," and they don't know my situation at home. But when I tell everybody I'm moral, and when I tell everybody that I'm trustworthy and everything else, and then I hide this for so long, there's where you have to draw a line. So if he's coming across as that guy and he's really this guy, then yeah, he should drop out.
Does it change for you, John? Because these are allegations, and there is some sort of there's text or pictures and things, but he allegedly threatened to send the state police after a woman if she didn't stop posting about the relationship they were having. She apparently has texts and social media stuff to back that up. Another woman says he got in her face, tried to bully her into silence after she reported his conduct to the church.
That tells me they're not swingers.
Oh, okay.
If someone has to be bullied to shut up, the wife doesn't know. Nobody knows.
Well, do you think it's his wife, or does he didn't want everybody else to know?
Well, if you're a swinger, you're kind of like, okay, I got to keep this quiet.
Yeah, but he didn't put that on the sign.
No, he didn't.
That's
Swinger,
the thing right
face
there.
family.
And the Arizona
That's
Central
not on the sign.
investigation also found that the LDS Church was allegedly not fully investigating that he had abused his authority within the church.
Oh.
And that's where there were some victims that were wanting accountability and didn't get it. And I think this is another example of a guy with a badge and power who is trying to use that to intimidate people into silence. It's par for the course for the party that's protecting the Epstein class. This is a party where predators run free and they're willing to protect pedophiles in the Epstein files. It does not surprise me that there aren't widespread calls from this party for him to drop out.
Let me ask Congressman David Schweiker. There's no prominent Arizona Republican that has defended him or even criticized him.
Well, that's not completely true. The Arizona Republic hadn't listened to me enough. Look, you got two options. And, I've been at this for a while. You got to get up in front of an audience, tell your story, take questions, or you got to resign from the race. You got to step away. You will find voters can be remarkably forgiving, but you got to explain. And one of the things and this is a sin, I believe, of my party. We've decided that the method is when you have something dodgy, just attack the other side instead of own up and ask for forgiveness.
The whataboutism.
Well, you got a classic problem. We run around and saying, we're going to run as Christians. Sorry. Asking for forgiveness is sort of the tenet, isn't it? And the thing that bothers me most here is the use of power. As a state senator, a famous whatever the hell you actually do in the morning on that KUPD. I've actually listened to him. I've actually listened to him.
That's what it says on his business card. Whatever the hell he does.
But
whatever the hell this is.
Look, I'm the dean of the congressional delegation. I cannot tell you how many times you have to sort of take a moment of reflection saying, do you use your title to get in front of the line or these things? And then it percolates all the way down to how about exploiting other people.
But you're around it a lot. With power comes people who are going to be susceptible to saying, okay, I'm going to use it this one time. And then it turns into another and another and another. And when it comes to a badge, and I certainly am a supporter of the police, I think they're great, but there's always going to be a few of them who can't take that kind of pressure without abusing.
That responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
And we were talking about this before coming on. I was a child in the state legislature when something called ASSCAM happened.
Oh, my goodness.
I watched 10% of the body around me, Republicans and Democrats, functionally hauled off to jail. And if I read the 24,000 pages of transcript, do you know what the actual sin was? It wasn't about money. It was vanity. I would argue vanity is the most dangerous thing to people who are local celebrities, people who are elected, people who have a national office.
Let me ask you this, Congressman. I believe that your opponent, Biggs, was on with Broomhead, said he was going to reserve judgment and more or less was sticking with Lamb despite the evidence. Do you agree with Biggs' stance there?
No, I think that borders on immoral. You basically make a demand saying, stand up, come clean, or leave. I'm tired of people, but you also think of the difference. We had a New York congressman that we had all sorts of documents of really bad acts. I voted to throw him out of the office. Mr. Biggs chose to keep him. I'm not that tolerant. I don't think you can be in both places at the same time.
Do you think that Mark Lamb should drop out of the race?
No, I think he first give him the opportunity. Tell your story.
What if he doesn't tell his story?
Then
what if he lays low?
Then I would argue he does not have a path to victory.
So you say that, but we have seen, and we saw just recently, a Trump endorsement covers all. We saw this in Texas.
For people in a primary.
Yeah. In a primary.
But I will take you to, and I know this is long before most of your time.
Yes, sir.
We had someone who is a political genius, a gentleman named Jeff Grosskopf, state senator in the East Valley, in one of the most Republican districts in the Southwest. And he lost to a Democrat because he had sponsored this alternative fuels bill. And it almost bankrupted the state.
That era is completely gone. That era of accountability just does not exist anymore. When you have someone like Thomas Massey, who was working to uncover the Epstein files, pedophiles, he was working to hold them accountable. Trump endorsed his opponent, and he lost. This has become the party that protects predators and pedophiles and rewards bad behavior.
And understand, if you look at my voting record, I voted repeatedly for release of all the documents. I am fixated that if you're going to have trust in institutions, institutions have to come clean.
Yep.
And even when it's really uncomfortable, because you cannot have a functioning republic unless you actually have some faith in institutions. And defending the undefendable is unacceptable.
Annalise Ortiz, Congressman David Schweikert, got John Holmberg. This is the face-off. What about people who are going to look at that race that Mark Lamb is in and say, well, a Republican, even with these allegations, better than a Democrat?
Well, because whoever wins that primary is going to win the general.
It's the math of the district, but there is a primary.
There is a primary,
and now all of a sudden, we'll probably watch both money and interest, but. Remember, this has a couple levels of hell in it. It's what was their bad acts? Did it meet the message? Were they using their power and influence? Okay, explain those things. I'm also really uncomfortable that, was the church in that community being used also as leverage? That also needs to be explained.
Sure.
Look, we had an event a little while back out in Queen Creek, some of the nicest people I've had, but I had someone stand up and go at me because they thought I was Jewish. I'm not. I'm Catholic, but I'm concerned that we don't tolerate. How do you be the party that says, we're a follower of the Bible, and then
allow this.
Break all the tenants at the same
Yes,
time. Okay,
exactly.
there we go. That is Congressman for District 1 right over here, and candidate for Governor David Schweikert. She's Annalise Ortiz, Arizona State Senator, and John Holmberg. I don't want to get into
nothing.
So coming up
The
next,
cool guy.
Let's stay with the election vibe, if you will. Could driving an Uber win you Arizona's gubernatorial election? Mr. Schweikert might have a say in that. We're going to come up with it next. It's The Face-Off right here on KTAR.
All right, I want you to go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com, and you will find my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. My wife and I hired them a month ago, and I'll tell you, we're just absolutely thrilled with the work that they did. Custom blinds, shutters, shades, they were made to fit our style. Here's how you should go about, talking about, should I get blinds? Do I need shutters? What about these motorized shades? First thing you should do is go to southwestblinds.com. Look around. Second thing you should do is go to one of their 3 showrooms. Meet the experts there. See what they've got for you to look at and touch. And then you can go with, they'll come over to your house and start measuring, and they'll bring some samples, and you can figure out exactly what you like. And it worked great for my wife and I, and that's why we hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So do yourself a favor. Go to southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Rescue divers have located the miners trapped inside a flooded cave in Laos. But ABC's Britt Clinton tells us it's just the first step of a very dangerous operation.
The gold miners telling one of those divers they are hungry and tired, but not injured. Rescuers outside the cave celebrating the news. But it is a race against time now to find a way to get the 5 miners out and find 2 more who are missing.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home this afternoon. Commander Bill is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
We've got a couple of brand new Surface Street collisions in Scottsdale. Osborne at Scottsdale Road, extrication crews keeping busy with that collision. And a brand new one on the west side, 108th Avenue at Indian School. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you. Visit AutoNation Chevrolet in Peoria. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
You're listening to an outspoken exclusive. This is The Face-Off.
If you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, we'll move across the screen there. That's Congressman Schweikert. That is Arizona State Senator Ortiz. And he is John Holmberg of Holmberg's Morning Sickness.
Yeah, I have to say, after the Mark Lamb thing we just talked about, there was something that has not been discussed in the Mark Lamb thing. I think I'm going to break news here on KTAR. There's a guy named Chris Ogg who they keep interviewing about Mark Lamb, and he's known as the Queen Creek Cowboy. And I have to stand up for my people, no matter if Mark Lamb's guilty or not. His quote was, "You don't want your sheriff to run around bald in a pair of underwear." I thought it was uncalled for. I thought he should lose his title as Queen Creek Cowboy immediately. I don't know if that's an elected position. I don't know if Mr. Schweikert has run for that in the past.
Now we know why it's called morning sickness.
Exactly.
There
So
you go.
I don't know what Mark Lamb's guilty of, but I know being bald is not something we should all start to
Here we go.
put in a big lump.
Yeah, underwear, we're fine.
I'll run around in my underwear all the
Who
time.
doesn't?
Please.
Right?
It's hot out.
Well said.
Thank you.
So, trying to move on. I try. I do my best.
My wife is listening.
I
Work
know.
with me here.
Miss Schweikert, thank you. We appreciate it.
Is she against the bald as well? I'm on a crusade now.
So,
are you making fun of my investment in Rogaine?
Oh, is this a thing now?
Congressman Schweikert is obviously running for governor here in the state of Arizona. Our current governor, one Katie Hobbs, thinks maybe driving for Uber is going to help her in this election.
New campaign ad from Governor Hobbs.
My parents didn't make a lot of money. My sister and I started working and helping out early.
Governor Katie Hobbs. She worked fast food and drove Uber to get by. Helped families in need as a social worker. As governor, she balanced the budget without raising taxes, expanding school lunches and community college scholarships, reducing electricity bills, and cutting red tape to build more affordable housing.
And I'll keep working to make Arizona work better for you.
State Senator Ortiz, you like this ad. Why do you like it? Is it because it's like she's talking to all of us, the people, right? Is that what it is?
It's relatable. There are so many Arizonans right now, even those with good paying jobs who are having to pick up a side hustle like Uber. Those folks can relate with this ad, and they can relate with a governor who has not just lived this experience, but has delivered on lowering costs for Arizonans with her medical debt relief, by lowering utility prices, and by working to lower drug prescription costs as well.
Congressman Schweikert, you ever drive an Uber?
I haven't driven an Uber, but I did wash dishes at the Windmill Dinner Theater when Bob Crane was murdered.
Oh,
my God.
Hey,
this guy.
So look, and I shoveled horse stalls. The reality of it is, the problem with an ad like this, it has the nice soft music. It tells a bit of the bio. But if you notice, it didn't actually sort of deal with the fact the matter is wages last year in Arizona on 2 of the 3 categories actually went down. Affordability in the state, we're now 45th in the country.
And whose fault is that? Who's in charge of our legislature? Your party.
Well, my party has the legislature. Governor actually sets much of the tone and the policy. And you start to touch on where some of the regulations. Look, I'm mad at everyone. Because if you actually look at the affordability in Arizona and our eviction rates, our foreclosure rates, our delinquency on car loans, Arizona is actually in a pretty tough state. And so if you're going to do an ad like this, it's not only saying, here's my bio, but also here's actually some of the things I've done, but then you move on to here's how I'm going to improve the future. And I'm fixated that prosperity is moral. And the number one thing you do as governor, I would argue, and we have data in the past, you got to get off your hiney and go out and recruit every good employer to move to the state. That's the only way you raise wages.
He must not know her nickname is Governor Jobs. She has absolutely
In that
brought
case,
jobs, kept jobs here, including
mathematically not true.
And when we talk about these Uber drivers, right? These Uber drivers who are driving around paying these gas prices that are damn near $5. When you had an opportunity, Congressman,
stop.
to break the tie in the House
let's get back to the math.
In order to bring down gas prices, and instead you voted to continue the illegal Iran war that is causing this spike in gas prices. Why did you vote that way?
So now let's get back to the math. If you actually look at the front page, over the fold of the Wall Street Journal today, it basically talks of the collapse that's happening here in Phoenix of the back office jobs. Now, this is a long-run issue. I've been writing about it and talking about it, giving speeches about it for a couple of years. That is AI and these things. So we're losing tens of thousands of employment. So great, the Iran war, great, we have our spike. But it's the ability to use the current shiny object to not talk about the structural ineptness that's going on right now. Unless you're going to get the next generation of employment in this community, we're in for a couple miserable years.
I think, well, as a voter, though, as somebody who's not involved in this, and by the way, just so you're clear, I think both your parties suck. So let me just put myself in my position. What we hate, the one that you guys want more than anything, is somebody like me, who will vote either way if you get me. I don't want to be pandered to. I'll vote against that all day. She doesn't need to drive for Uber to prove she's one of us. That's the Bruce Springsteen method of the jean jacket, and I work on cars, but I've got a $400 million jet.
Right.
I don't want that. That turns me off so much more than anything else you can do, which is, golly, I'm just like you. I just want to be one of you. I want to be your friend. It started when people want to have beers with the president. I'm like, no, I want my politicians to be extraordinary.
And sober?
And sober, but extraordinary. And don't talk to me like I'm 8. Like, oh, she's an Uber driver. That's adorable. You're not running for 8th grade president.
Interesting.
You're absolutely trying to convince me you're doing a good job. Come up with a better plan with your PR.
Better argument.
And I don't know if the senators had this experience. You meet some of the campaign consultants, and they want us always to dummy things down.
Yeah.
And look,
When I
represent one
talk
of the-
to my voters, not to these consultants or whatever, my voters want politicians who understand their struggle, not people who are out of touch.
I bless
And right
you.
now, the
That's-
Republican Party is completely out of touch. My colleagues in the legislature who have refused and voted down my bills to address evictions, to address corporate homeownership that's skyrocketing housing costs. Meanwhile, the governor has done what she can with her executive authority to cut red tape to build more affordable housing.
And almost none of those things are economically make sense if you actually look at the data. And I'm happy to walk you through the math.
Fair enough.
You don't need to mansplain the math to me.
It wasn't mansplaining. It was economic splaining.
Congressman Schweikert, State Senator Ortiz, John Holmberg. Okay, coming up next, let's get around to that Iran war, the impact that it's having on all of us in some way, shape, or form. And are we any closer to a peace deal? And what exactly does that look like? Solid argument. Maybe Congressman Schweikert has some insight into it. It's coming up next. It's Outspoken, The Face-Off on KTAR.
KTAR has your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Washington Nationals Saturday, June 6th on Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night.
Going back, looking up, adios, baseball!
Text Bobble to 620-620 or visit the KTAR contest page to enter. Text Bobble to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, it's never too early to plan for retirement. It could be years away, or it could be right around the corner. And the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you with that plan. And remember, they're fiduciaries. They're not salespeople. They're not there to sell anything. They're there to provide advice. They're going to answer your questions. And what I think might be the most important part is they're going to ask you questions you might not even thought of yet, questions that you desperately need answers to if retirement is going to look like the way you want it to look like. You can reach out today and get a complimentary sit-down interview with them, okay? And I do mean interview. You're interviewing them, all right? Give them a ring, 855-TRAJAN-1. 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
When you experience a death in your family, the last thing you should face is a maze of legal and tax complexities tied to trusts and wills or tackling the mound of paperwork for insurance claims, annuities, bank accounts, pensions, and hidden assets. All this tedious work can make your family feel overwhelmed when all you want is time to grieve and honor your lost one's memory. That's why you need to call Enterprise Estate Advisors. At Enterprise Estate Advisors, we're more than advisors. We're true fiduciaries, which means we work directly for your family. We dig deep to uncover wealth that has been left behind, protect the estate from making incorrect probate decisions, and handle the transferring of wealth to the family. Our advisors handle all the details with compassion, trust, and complete transparency. Enterprise Estate Advisors, where proper wealth transfer is our promise to you. Call us at 623-387-3141 or find us online at enterpriseestateadvisors.com to learn more.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A major development in the sentencing trial of Ian Mitchum, who killed a Scottsdale woman more than a decade ago. KTAR's Kellen Shover joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
A judge declared a mistrial in the sentencing after the jury could not make a decision with the death penalty on the table. Ian Mitchum was convicted of first-degree murder and sexual assault of Allison Feldman at her home in Scottsdale in 2015. He remains in custody. The mistrial declaration does not impact his conviction. The case took more than 10 years to go to trial due to a fight over how DNA evidence was gathered. This was the first case in Arizona that used familial DNA testing to identify a suspect. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office has yet to make a decision on whether to retry sentencing. Live in the News Center, Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona was named the new national network for microelectronics education, Southwest Regional Hub.
The hub will work with over 45 partners from local K-12 schools to semiconductor manufacturers to help connect companies and create workforce pathways. The program will be run by the Semi Foundation and Arizona Commerce Authority, with $5 million in federal funding in its first year. Kolu Wilson, Chief Workforce Officer with the Arizona Commerce Authority, says this will help expose local educational organizations to resources they need.
I just had a conversation with Pima JTED. They're looking to build out their career and technical education program in the semiconductor industry. They are now able to leverage all of the tools and the resources and the curriculum by other partners that are within our regional node. They don't have to start from scratch.
The state hub will also service Southern California, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. Shira Tenzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories by going to KTAR.com/education.
Palammonium. Palammonium. Palammonium.
Palammonium is spelled Polemonium.
Oh, that was a miss for a Chandler 8th grader who was a finalist in last year's Script Spelling Bee and eliminated from this year's contest after failing to spell Palammonium. Isha Marapudi made it to the 9th round before she misspelled that word, which means a genus of plants commonly known as Jacob's ladders. You can read more on this story at KTAR.com. Let's check traffic now. Commander Bill's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Driving those freeways, you can expect your typical Valley-wide freeway slowing. Service Street collisions from east to west along Osborne at Scottsdale Road with extrication. 7th Street at I-10, mostly that northbound curb lane restriction remains. 7th Street at Buckeye again with extrication. 7th Street at Thomas as well as 26th Avenue at Thomas. 75th Avenue at Northern a crash, and there's one along 108th Avenue at Indian School Road. A ton of emergency crews on the scene. Traffic brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. There are plenty of bold and bright possibilities at Beatitudes Campus, and right now there are special move-in opportunities. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
70 tonight, clear skies, 94 tomorrow, 91 on Friday. In Cave Creek, right now it's 83 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, second half of the Face-Off every Wednesday at 5:05. John Holmberg is here. We've got Congressman David Schweikert. He is running for governor. We've got Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz. And so far we've gone over the rude, alleged text from Mark Lamb. We have also gone over Governor Katie Hobbs and her new ad. Holmberg hated it.
I did.
Don't talk down to me.
Yeah, don't.
Don't talk.
You don't want me doing my Katie Hobbs impression.
You do a great Katie Hobbs.
I do a good Katie Hobbs.
He does a very good Katie Hobbs.
Let's get to the war in Iran.
Oh, I thought not the one in here.
No. The war in Iran. So I saw something in the New Yorker. I'm going to read it to you. Is this where we are? Because we got the president and we've got Iran, and they're trying to end the war. They're talking. Here's the headline: President Trump's ill-considered, ill-prepared, ill-timed war with Iran has so far cost at least $28 billion, 13 American and thousands of Iranian lives, crippled the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, interrupted the global energy supply, put forth an economic crisis that has impacted hundreds of millions of people across the world and possibly irreversibly hurt the reputation of the United States. Listen, I've said it before. I've said it before. I didn't want to go into this war. We shouldn't be there. It was a terrible disaster to even consider it. Since we've been there, my goodness, I'm hoping that we can pull this off. We can't. This whole talk between Iran and Trump is a surrender by the United States. We can't win this war. I'm sorry, you can't win it militarily. We haven't won it militarily. We've asked our military to do what they did, and they did it well. But we don't want, if we're winning this war like President Trump said, why don't we just finish it? Why aren't we finishing this war? Because he knows we can't win it. I'll start with you, John.
Well, I look at this whole thing as I don't think you can go into conflict anymore and have it be beneficial. I don't care what country it is. I think the eyes of everything are always scrutinized by the other half. So I think that our plan of just going in and barbarically attacking countries, no matter what country you are, will never work again like it used to. There's There's never gonna be the back home flag waving.
As in war is fought differently. Oh, you mean the backside?
Well, yeah, you just can't come out of these things. Even if hindsight later is like, wow, that ended up being a great idea. We're paying 7 cents for gas. Whatever comes out later, no one will ever go, oh, that was a great idea. I think economically and probably digitally is how we have to fight wars now to break countries. And we still use the lobbing of bombs and then run into the problem with the Strait of Hormuz, like, oh, nobody thought of that?
Yeah.
Like the economics of this are why you're not going to win it the way you thought you were. It isn't because of bombs or death or body counts. It's about the fact that nobody sealed up the oil route before they went in throwing haymakers.
Ill-timed.
And it was just that to me is confusing. I don't mind beating up a bully, but I also look at it like cover the back door.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
It comes down to planning. And Donald Trump, when he hook, line, and sinker, took Bibi's word and said, yeah, sounds good in the Situation Room. What do you mean sounds good? You don't even know how you're going to go in or get out. Congressman Schweikert, is this a disaster for us?
My concern is, as you just said, what's the get out?
Yeah, how do you get out?
Let me know what victory is.
Yeah. How do you define victory?
And because if you go back to when this began, we actually had some understanding saying, okay, it's no fissionable materials, enriched uranium, that and basically decapitating the ability to finance the proxies in the region. And then it seemed like 3 weeks later, the goal changed. And then the goal changed again.
Yeah, a lot in the first few days, too.
And that's sort of frustrating because, you're trying to be supportive of, I'm a partisan, I'm a Republican, and you're trying to support your team. Tell me what my goal is. And
have we accomplished anything, though? What have we accomplished there?
You see, and I
can't find anything.
I've sat through a couple of the security briefings And it's always, well, the information's on its way. And I will tell you.
So even members of Congress aren't getting clear information.
I do Medicare finance, so I don't sit on a military committee. But I'm frustrated because I've been also doing the calculations. I got beat up last week because we did the calculations. I did it in a floor speech of what the changes in interest rates actually mean to long-term debt. And you got to actually at least be willing to tell the truth of, look, here's the impact of this decision.
So why did you vote 2 weeks ago to continue this war in Iran?
I voted basically to support my president, but also with the information that was coming to us that we're going to get the goals and that the negotiations were going on. As of today, the negotiations are still going on.
If that vote was held tomorrow, would you change your vote?
It matters if you can give me the briefing of, are we truly in negotiations of multiple things? The fissionable materials and opening up the strait. My understanding as of Bloomberg this morning is part of the issue is, okay, does Iran get to have a toll? Is it multiple regional
Oman
controls?
Might want part of it.
Trump said today nobody's going to control it.
And so, but is that a change of policy from where we were a couple days ago?
Yeah. Well, this is a sweater thread. They just pulled a sweater thread, and now you can't turn around. I almost would have to vote to say, yes, finish this, because we've pulled this thread to the point now walking away is
but
worse.
You say finish this, and I speak for Gatos.
But
what does
that mean?
Look like?
Right. And we have an irresponsible Congress that is not standing up.
Who aren't going anywhere.
This is an incompetent, genocidal maniac president who has waged this illegal war while Americans at home are hurting from the sky-high gas prices, when military families are living with anxiety about their loved ones. And you have a Congress that refuses to have a backbone to stand up. And that is what is reflected in your vote record,
let's think about what the senator just did. The hyperbolic language of genocidal, those things.
Did he not say on Twitter that he wanted to abolish an entire demographic of people?
When you use language like that, and then you're trying to say, okay, what's the goal? Is it what's the process? And look, I understand, hyperbolic language.
That
God
your
knows
president uses regularly.
And then those of us who are trying to do the policy actually try to do adult professional language of, here's the process, here's how we get there, here's how we make people's lives better. But I guess you don't get a lot of Twitter followers if you actually sound like a professional.
I'd love you to share that with your president, sir.
You can share it with me right now. I'll sit here. I tell you right now, I don't like her.
That's actually not bad.
I do it for a living, Stryker, and you will too if you listen.
But it's the classic problem of, remember where we were, and I don't know if we were off there, is how do you actually get things done? How do you actually get to a common understanding of, here's the situation and what do you do? And there's this angst of wanting to knife the person next to you if they're on the other party.
Everything's tribal. You can't have a conversation.
And look, I'm a tough debater. I'm often the one you roll out on the floor, particularly if there's math, because I'm like a freaking walking calculator. But I will never knife even my own party or the other person. But I will actually at least say, here's the path.
All right.
And I think that is how we actually get things done.
That is Congressman Schweikert. She is State Senator Ortiz, and he's John Holmberg from Holmberg's Morning Sickness over in KUPD. Up next is Mesa Gateway, ground zero for the mistreatment of ICE detainees. We'll talk about it next. This is The Face-Off on KTAR.
Road Trip with amazing Arizonans from KTAR. Mike Broomhead talks hospitality and great food with Jeff Mastro and Oliver Baggio. How to make it as a farmer in the valley with Schnepp Farms Mark and Carrie Schnepp. And Mike learns about Arizona's proud copper mining industry with Resolution Copper's Victoria Pesce. These episodes plus a lot more conversations between Mike Broomhead and amazing Arizonans on the podcast page at KTAR.com, on our YouTube channel, and on the KTAR News app. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
You know who's here for those who build America? Ford. For those who believe giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, well, Ford believes if that's who you are, then you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value for American values. Paul Calvi's here. Hey, the Memorial Day sales event is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Again, we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like that 2026 Ford F-150. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, during the Memorial Day sales event, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back. That's on a 2026 Ford F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
If you're a homeowner, listen up. Top brand AC units at thousands below retail. Sounds too good to be true, right? It's not. DiscountACUnits.com delivers brand names with professional installation you can count on. But with summer closing in, these prices won't hold forever. Stop overpaying. Visit DiscountACUnits.com today.
DiscountACUnits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. An elite team of divers has been tasked with rescuing miners trapped in a cave in Laos for more than a week after floods and a landslide. It's the same team who saved a group of children from a cave in Thailand in 2018. ABC's foreign correspondent Britt Clennett has the latest on the rescue mission.
Those divers forced to squeeze through some of the narrowest tunnels they've ever seen, just 20 by 20 inches, carrying oxygen tanks and supplies. They're warning the mission to save these miners may be complicated.
Today, they were able to get supplies to the trapped group until they carry out the extraction. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now and get you home with Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
On the west side, northbound 17, the Black Canyon Freeway typically heavy from the stack to about Glendale. I-10 westbound, your Papago, a super long stretch of slowing from the mini stack through the tunnel all the way out through Avondale Boulevard. Silver Street collision, Scottsdale Road north of the 202, along Baseline west of Priest in Tempe. 7th Street at Buckeye, that one involves extrication, and 26th Avenue at Thomas. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
I'm down 13 pounds in 3 weeks. Hi, Joe Huizenga for Soda Diet Nutrition. How'd I do it? Simple. Kristen, my nutritionist at Soda Diet Nutrition, and the amazing Soda team. They've helped me each step of the way because Soda is all about nutritionist-coached weight loss. My program's personalized to my body and my goals, and the best part, it's just food. No pills and no injections. A lot of people have asked me about the food, too, because they've had bad experiences in their past eating bland, nasty cardboard from from other companies. With Soda Diet Nutrition, you're eating real food from the grocery store. I make my own meals, and they taste good. Check out Soda Diet Nutrition right now, sodadietnutrition.com, or call them at 866-800-SODA. SOTA. If you join now, your partner joins free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Guys lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. Women lose about 2 to 3 pounds per week. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1877 Cars for Kids. KTAR-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You're listening to an Outspoken exclusive. This is The Face-Off.
An amazing panel in studio with us. State Senator Annalise Ortiz representing District 24. Congressman David Schweiker represents District 1 and currently running for governor of Arizona. And he's like half of Holmberg's morning sickness. He's John Holmberg.
What am I representing?
We ask for Brady every time, and he just turns us down.
I don't want to eat up time, but I just want to say that off the air, Congressman Schweikert said I had the most unbelievable point of the entire hour.
He did.
So
I heard that.
And I'm never going to live that down.
No, you are not, sir.
Only going to go downhill from here.
No, when a professional jackass gets a compliment like that, it matters.
And I may qualify.
No, not you, me. I wasn't calling you.
Speaking of Congress.
Hey, that's not fair. I wanted the title.
Hold on. Speaking of Congress, Congresswoman Ansari and Congressman Stanton both conducted, I'll call it a surprise visit of the Arizona Removal Operations Coordination Center, the ICE facility at Mesa Gateway Airport. And their description of it was horrible. How else would you describe it, Senator?
Horrific, inhumane, beneath the dignity of who we are as a country. Congresswoman Grijalva said, if we treated animals this way, there would be an outcry. It would be people would be in prison if we treated animals this way. You have people overcrowded in these facilities, stuffed in there like sardines, peeing and fecal matter on the floor because the toilets are overflowing, no food that is gross, moldy. It's horrific. And I just cannot understand how anyone, no matter how you feel about immigration or immigration policies, could support the United States of America torturing human beings inside these facilities, many of whom do not have criminal records or have not gone through the proper due process to see if they actually are eligible for removal. There's no reason why these people need to be detained and tortured in these facilities.
We've also seen the court cases. What is it? The Trump administration's losing like 90% of these immigration cases
on about 10,000 cases.
On actual legal grounds where judges are saying, there is no more removal order. This wasn't followed properly. Congressman Schweikert, I mean, how does this affect you? Is it in our backyard?
It does. But I would actually say it's time then. Okay, I look forward to my Democrat brothers and sisters saying we're going to move the money so we don't have to do the budgetary mechanics through a reconciliation budget because they're not going to help. If it's overcrowded, we obviously need the resources so they're not overcrowded. So, if it's a mechanism of helping, facilities, we may obviously need more facilities.
We do not need more facilities.
Well, apparently
you just said that many of these people should not be there. Many of these people should not be detained. They're losing in court.
In that case, Senator, you still need the facility. You may have to have an adjudication mechanism, but you need the facility.
Why do you need to detain someone and rob them of their liberty?
Let me finish.
If they have not been convicted of a crime.
One at a time.
Let him finish.
Let's try it. Let's be professionals. But then you have to go on to the next level. And that is if you have the resources, fine. Adjudication, I'm actually a fan of a neutral party also taking a look at the facilities and saying, okay, here's what you have to fix. Yes, this population, we need another detention center to put them in. But that's how adults would actually look at it. The problem is you get this where I need the political theater and wedge. I don't want to offer a solution. I just want to burn things down.
Senator Ortiz, let's give you the last word because I know that you were
What
arguing
we are
with-
talking about here is a lawless administration that is arbitrarily snatching people off the streets because of the color of their skin. That is happening right now. They're being thrown into these detention centers. In many cases, their families can't even find them. And now we are saying that we want more facilities or more power or more money for them to continue violating people's rights, including United States citizens or lawful residents. That is not what the United States should be about, and you claim to be someone who cares about liberty. It surely doesn't sound like it to me.
Wow.
You don't get to have it both ways. You either have overcrowding, then you need the facilities to have
Not
it
when
not
you're
be overcrowded.
unlawfully detaining people.
So you can't have both.
All right,
Congressman Schweikert, Senator Ortiz, John Holmberg, appreciate all of you being in here today for this edition of The Face Off. We also appreciate everyone on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass doing the work that they do. That's our DJ just in time. We have the First Lady of Outspoken, that's Miss Jules, producing the show. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information, getting you home today. That's Commander Bill. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured burger of the week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit Cold Beers SportsBeers.com for more details.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. Local news should feel close to home. It should answer your questions, reflect your community, and help you feel prepared. That's what we work for every day. Join us weeknights on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Well, good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Has your wage kept up with inflation? I'm Heidi Hommel.
And
Maricopa County will provide help to some renters facing eviction. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
Those stories and a whole lot more coming up. But first, we're going to take a look at the roads, get you home this evening with Commander Bill, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Starting things off in the Northwest Valley, 101 westbound Iowa Frio Freeway through the construction zone. Just tons of brake tapping remains from 43rd Avenue out to about 75th Avenue. US 60, the Superstition Freeway eastbound remains sluggish, approaching the 101 to about Country Club. Surface Street collisions in Scottsdale on Scottsdale Road, just a wee bit north of the 202, on Baseline west of Priest Drive, and 7th Street at Buckeye with extrication downtown. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
For low tonight, right around 70. Clear skies tomorrow. 93 should be the high, and sunshine in Mesa right now. It's 90. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
The U.S. military has conducted its second defensive strike this week against Iran after officials say they observed aggressive activity from the Iranian military. 2 U.S. officials told the Associated Press that U.S. military forces today shot down 4 Iranian drones and struck a base that was about to launch a 5th drone after determining they posed a threat to the Strait of Hormuz. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity in order to discuss sensitive military operations.
A judge has declared a mistrial in the sentencing of Ian Mitchum, with the jury saying they were unable to make a decision with the death penalty on the table. Mitchum was convicted last month for the murder and the sexual assault of Allison Feldman at her Scottsdale home in 2015. Now, he remains in custody. The mistrial does not impact his conviction for that murder. The case took more than 10 years to go to trial due to a fight over how DNA evidence was gathered. It was the first case in Arizona that used familial DNA testing to identify a suspect. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says they've not made a decision yet on whether to retry sentencing.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Negative wage growth in Arizona is worsening the affordability crisis, so says this Republican lawmaker.
Arizona Congressman David Schweikert tells the Mike Broomhead Show the state needs to be attracting new business to increase competition and raise wages.
If you even look at the 2025 data for 2 of the 3 employment categories, non-farm, service, non-farm, they went down in wages. We actually had negative wage growth
in a number of our categories.
The Republican blames policies at the federal and state level for increased inflation. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
You can watch the full interview on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
President Trump vowing to keep the Ebola outbreak now ravaging parts of Central Africa away from the U.S.
The White House saying Americans exposed to the virus in the DRC will be sent to a health facility in Kenya for monitoring instead of being flown back to the U.S. But the Union for the U.S. Foreign Service pushing back, calling the decision a stark departure from prior outbreaks where Americans were repatriated and monitored at specialized U.S. treatment facilities.
That's ABC's Faith Abube.
It's not ridiculous at all right there. The World Cup is now just about 2 weeks away, if you couldn't tell, and security around the country is going to have their hands full. This according to former Department of Homeland Security Undersecretary John Cohen. He tells Arizona's Morning News law enforcement has been preparing for over a year.
They're preparing for cyber threats directed at the venue, directed at state and local governments that are hosting the games. They're concerned about cyber attacks directed at private sector organizations that are involved in these events. They are concerned about acts of targeted violence.
World Cup games are going to take place in 11 cities across the U.S., as well as in Mexico and Canada, and even more who will set up training-based camps. That includes Mesa, which will be the temporary home for the Turkish national team.
Divert evictions before the courts and the lawyers stepped in.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has created an eviction diversion program with $800,000 in funding. County Supervisor Kate Brophy McGee, as you heard there, explains that it will coordinate resources for renters to help keep them in their homes.
We have reached out to the landlords. They are very involved and would like to solve this problem as well. We are close to getting underway.
The program will start in August in some areas of Phoenix with high eviction numbers, but it could expand if it's successful.
On Wall Street today, a positive day with the tech and semiconductor sectors leading the charge, bolstered by falling Treasury yields and oil prices that dropped to their lowest level since April. Unreported progress towards a diplomatic resolution in the Middle East. The Dow up 182 points, closed at 50,644. The Nasdaq up just over 18, closed at 26,674. And the S&P up just a little bit over a point, 7520 right there. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
The Tempe Police Department is going to be featured on a reality television series starting Friday. And here to tell us more about it, Tempe Police Officer Jessica Ells. Good evening, Officer Ells. What is On Patrol Live, and why is the Tempe PD going to be participating in the show?
Yeah, so On Patrol Live is another cop show, right? But this is different. This isn't cops. This is actually live. It's not pre-recorded. It's all happening live on Friday and Saturday nights. So that's what is different is we are going to be showing our community every type of policing out there, you know, just the common everyday interactions to those high pressure situations. And so that's what we're really looking forward to showing our community here, starting this Friday.
So what can viewers expect to see, and where do we go to tune in?
So viewers can see for Tempe specifically, we will have 2 cameras. We're going to have one with our bike officers and with a patrol officer. So that's something different. I mean, not all agencies have bike cops. And it's not just Tempe, it's multiple agencies across the country. So you'll get a wide gamut of policing across the U.S. And viewers can actually tune in Friday and Saturday nights. And this is going to be at 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And it can be seen on Reels, and Peacock. That's where you can see it live.
So now, Officer Ells, this is not pre-recorded sometime back and it's going to be shown back on Friday and Saturday nights. This is actually happening Friday and Saturday nights, live in real time.
Right. As you see it, it's happening.
So we could be driving down the street, and there's the officer or the bike officer, and that's the one that's on TV right at that moment.
Yeah, very well could be.
And so we don't know what's going to happen. You don't know. Nobody knows. It's going to happen as it happens, and you'll be able to tune in and see it. That's reality TV.
I think that's kind of the daily life of a police officer.
It is.
You just never know. Tempe Police Officer Jessica Ells joins us right now. As an officer, what do you wish that viewers could see or know about your job, Officer Ells?
Right. Really, it's just the everyday interactions. Again, not very many people know what we do the day to day. They see the high octane stuff. They see the cool calls, but they don't see those little interactions. They don't see the people that we stop and talk to on the street. They don't see that everyday report. And that's what On Patrol Live wants to bring, is they want to be able to bring all those calls to the community so they can really get that sense of what it's really like.
Now, I believe that I did read where some other agencies in the Valley have been on this show before, like DPS and I think even the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, maybe another one or two. Has Tempe ever participated in this before?
We haven't participated in On Patrol Live, but if you'll remember back in 2018, we were on Women on Patrol. So that was a pre-recorded show, but it was just featuring our female officers. So same concept, but that was pre-recorded.
Okay, so this is live as it happens, Friday and Saturday nights.
Yeah, On Patrol Live, hosted by Dan Abrams. It airs Friday, Saturday nights from 6 to 9 on Reels. Tempe PD Officer Jessica Ells, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can't wait to tune in and see what happens. Will it ever rain again in the Valley? Well, we're going to preview the upcoming monsoon season, and we'll be keeping our fingers crossed.
KTAR News Time, 6:07. Stay informed on everything education with the KTAR Eyes on Education newsletter. Text EDUCATION to 620-620. You'll get information on signing up for our newsletter. Keep up with all the latest education news in Arizona.
War with Iran.
Anyone who's gone to the gas station recently knows that the impact of this war is very real for most American consumers, and there is no clear end to that, even though discussions are ongoing about some kind of intermediate settlement. Right. We've heard many predictions that the end is in sight. We've seen lots of deadlines imposed by President Trump that have come and gone and had no impact.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics, started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Liberty Health Share, a healthcare sharing ministry moving forward as a force for good. Not only for our member community, but for the world, because when heroes like you show up, good moves forward. With healthcare sharing programs for all stages of life and every budget, you can join our powerful community of heroes today to seek support for your family's eligible medical expenses. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org. Liberty Health Share, a force for good.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure you have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
He's the top candidate for the East Valley seat in Congress, but will accusations of sexual impropriety, sexting, and racist jokes kill the campaign of former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, on Arizona's Morning News Thursday on KTAR's YouTube channel and 92.3 FM.
It's 6:14. Thank you for joining us here on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn, here with Joe Huizinga.
That's who I am. Oh, gosh, I lost my place. How much rain are we going to get during the monsoon season? We're going to talk with a meteorologist in just a couple minutes here. But first, we're going to get you home safe because you don't want to get lost out there on the roads.
No, we do not.
Enrique Garcia, night off, but that voice you just heard, Commander Bill, he's going to get you home safe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe, we've got an accident right now along the mini stack at the ramp from the eastbound 10 to the eastbound 202 Red Mountain Freeway. Looking at your cameras, everything is off to the right-hand side. A brand new collision on US 60, the Superstition Freeway eastbound. Looks like all the vehicles are up against the wall eastbound at McClintock along US 60. One Silver Street collision, 48th Street at Cactus. Traffic brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Save up to $750 bonus cash on specially tagged vehicles for the summer sticker sales event at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Feel the difference in store or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
So tonight we're going to see clear skies, our low temp right around 70 degrees, and then the low to mid 90s right through Saturday. In Guadalupe, it's 88 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
We've reached that point in the year where everyone starts to wonder, is it ever going to rain again? And the answer is, I have no idea. But monsoon season is going to be here before we know it, and it might be dusty, might be rainy, might be windy, might be all those things. But the guy who knows all about it and is going to fill us in on what to expect this monsoon season is Ian Schwartz, meteorologist at Arizona's Family. Ian, good evening. And when is monsoon season going to officially hit the valley?
Well, the official start is June 15th, and it goes through August 30th. Now, traditionally, we would monitor dew points and see when dew points rise to a certain level. I think it's 58 degrees. And that was a legacy method of doing it. But we really watch for kind of that June 15th time to when we maybe see those storms to pop up. Doesn't mean we're going to get a storm on June 15th, but that's when we're kind of on alert to where we could see them. So all the chatter will be about El Nino and whether that's going to bring us a better chance for rain. I was actually getting my haircut today, and I heard people talking about it in the barber chair next to me about El Nino. And we're going to have to wait. The forecast is for an above average rainfall because of El Nino. And if you remember, that has to deal with warming temperatures in the Pacific. And it's about a 30 to 40% chance of above average rainfall, but that is not a guarantee. So we get very excited about rain here in the desert, understandably, but I don't want people to get too excited because it's not a slam dunk that it is going to provide extra rain for us.
We never know. I remember the years we did that whole legacy thing, as you were talking about. You had to have 3 days of that dew point temperature being at a certain mark, and then it was officially monsoon season, and nobody could ever remember the temperature. Nobody ever remembered what it was.
Exactly what the dew point had to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we finally, thank goodness, came up with a date and said monsoon season starts here and it ends here. Somewhere in here, we should see some rain. And so what actually constitutes a monsoon, Ian? Is it the dust storm? Is it the rain? Is it the haboob? What is it?
D, all the above.
All the above.
It's really about a big seasonal wind shift. We get this large area of high pressure that kind of parks itself in the Atlantic, and it starts to spread out and grow as we get going into that time frame, that June to September time frame. And what it does is it starts to pump in the southwesterly winds that usher in moisture from the Gulf and the Gulf of Mexico, and then also from the Gulf of California. And then we get very, very hot days. We get low pressure centers rising over the state, and it kind of sucks up that moisture, and then we get those thunderstorms. The actual kind of catalyst and the engine is that high pressure expanding and that monsoonal moisture pumping into the state. It's a very exact same thing happens over the Tibetan Plateau, over in the other side of the world. Same type of high pressure system. It expands, it pumps in moisture from the south, and it really gives us the fuel for those thunderstorms. And so we watch for them to really kind of get going. Most of the time, like during the winter, we get a lot of winds coming out of the northwest, kind of cooler weather, cooler winds. And then we see those southwesterly and southerly winds really take shape as we get going into the monsoon. And it includes all those things. So, whether Super El Nino pans out or not, we are still going to see thunderstorms that are capable of producing flash flooding, damaging winds. And we can get winds. We've had winds of 80 plus miles per hour, which is hurricane status here. Now, they're not sustained like a hurricane, but they can do a lot of damage, as you've seen, hundreds and hundreds of power poles knocked over in these storms, the dust storms, of course, lightning. So don't get too wrapped up and, if in whether it's going to be El Nino or not, like we will still see powerful storms that can do a lot of damage and create life-threatening situations.
Ian Schwartz, easy for me to say, meteorologist at Arizona's Family. You know why you're in my top 3 meteorologists, Ian? Because you just used a term that another meteorological organization snapped me off for a few weeks back, and they said, that's not a real thing. Super El Nino. So,
well, it's not a real thing.
I like that you used it. So give us more on Super El Nino. What could we be in for?
It's not official. It's just descriptive. It's like
what it is? It gets a lot of clicks. So you're going to see that a lot online. We love clicks. We love the engagement. So you're going to see headline after headline because people are interested. We want the rain. It gets us excited. But all that really means is we're seeing abnormally and very, very, very warm temperatures in the equatorial Pacific. So the Pacific just kind of west of South America, the Pacific west of Mexico. When those waters get really, really warm, it's easy. And when we say really warm, we're talking about like 1 to 3 degrees. Mm-hmm. But this happens on a grand scale and it has a massive impact globally on the weather. You get more moisture kind of thrust into the atmosphere. And we tend to see on these super El Nino years, we get more East Pacific hurricanes. So these are the ones that can come up the Baja. They impact Mexico. And we tend to see these later in the season. So I'm talking September and even into October. And it's kind of our transition season. So we get this tremendous amount of moisture from these decaying hurricanes. And they team up sometimes with a fall-like system. And they can crank out phenomenal amounts of moistures. In fact, some of our record rainfall was from those very transition seasons. So I'm watching for late in the season for these impacts of this heightened El Nino, not so much June 15th. We'll really be watching those fall systems and see if we can get some of those hurricanes to creep in and see what that does for us. But be careful what you wish for. Because when it rains, it pours.
It
and
does.
If you get a well-placed decaying hurricane, we can see, 3-4 inches of rain in a day, which is a lot for Phoenix.
Flooding,
If you're from Florida or something, that's child's play. But we can get some serious flooding. If you remember, I think it was 2010 when I-10 flooded and shut down. That was a transition season hurricane or decaying hurricane. With a lot of that moisture from the south, and it caused a whole bunch of problems.
For days, yeah.
There's I've been here long enough to remember when monsoon season hit, you got the rain almost every day. and storms. And I mean, literally every day in the summer. And we just haven't seen that in the past few years. And a lot of people just can't believe it. They don't believe that it happens. But it did, and I'm hoping that it will again because, I mean, not that we necessarily want storms and wind and trees blown down, but we need the rain. This is, we depend on this. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we get somewhat of a super El Nino,
Yeah, what we tend to see these days is maybe the storms are not as frequent, but they do tend to be more powerful. So it'd be nice if we can kind of, spread them out, maybe a little low and slow that way. But if you look at the past several years, they're not as frequent, but when we do get them, they can be very, very powerful storms. On average, we get about 2.5 inches of rain out of the monsoon. Now, that is the average. You can get a storm that'll drop 2 inches of rain over your house in one storm. But if you kind of spread it out over the season, it's about 2.5 inches.
On average, that's right.
How predictable is this, Ian? Like, how far out can you look at a calendar and say, I'm reasonably confident that we have rain coming? Obviously, we're still over 2 weeks away from the official start of monsoon season, but how far ahead can you look in your fancy meteorological tools that you've got there?
I mean, anything beyond 2 weeks is questionable. Even beyond a week, can be questionable. The longer the range, the less accurate the forecast. And even that, super El Nino forecast you're going to keep hearing about, it's still only slated to 30 to 40%. So the confidence in it being above average rainfall still isn't even that high.
That's right.
So, some websites, they have like 20-day forecasts. Those, that's just not, that's just not real. They might be looking at climatology, like this is what we normally see, but really a week out is good. And it really depends how active things are. The monsoon can be very finicky too. So even a week out, a whole lot can change. So you definitely want to stay tuned to KTAR for latest forecast, stuff like that, because stuff can change very, very fast. So
That's
I say a week is good, but anything after 2 weeks gets, pretty shaky. And even 2 weeks is kind of pushing it.
Ian Schwartz, meteorologist with Arizona's Family and KTAR Weather Bunny, who helps us out periodically.
There you go.
Thank you, Ian. We appreciate it. We'll be watching the monsoon with you.
Take care, guys.
You too.
A lot of clicks with Ian Schwartz.
Absolutely.
Becky Lynn.
Absolutely.
Coming up, President Trump declaring victory. Find out why. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:25.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying, where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes, so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Tune in to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels every Saturday at 2 p.m.
Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix always has something fun going on. I'm Jamie West. You can connect, relax, and get creative all at once at the Paint and Sip event, Tuesday, June 9th at 2 p.m. A fun, laid-back gathering where you'll have a step-by-step guide to create your own canvas, sip your favorite beverage, and soak up the bright and bold vibes of Beatitudes. Text RSVP to 620-620 or visit beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Well, good Wednesday evening. It is 6:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga. Those deemed disloyal to the president are finding themselves on the outs. And, Becky Lynn, I need you to spell onomatopoeia for me.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Becky Lynn. All right. Good luck with that. But we'll explain next. We're going to get another check on traffic right now. Get you home here. Here's Commander Bill live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. In for Enrique.
In Tempe, along US 60, the Superstition Freeway eastbound, we're clearing an earlier accident just past McClintock Drive. Delays right now still stretch you back to about Rural Road. That's eastbound along US 60. A crash at the mini stack at the ramp from the eastbound side of the 10 to the eastbound 202 Red Mountain Freeway is off to the right-hand side. Both emergency crews and cars, again, off right. One Service Street collision still being worked on along 48th Street at Cactus. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
So tonight we're going to be upper 60s to 70 with clear skies. Tomorrow, sunny, a little bit warmer, about 93 degrees, but we'll be dropping back to around 91 by Friday. But in Anthem, right now it's 85 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
President Trump's influence has managed to successfully unseat Republicans that he deemed disloyal by backing their opponents in primaries. He claimed another win last night when Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton bested four-term U.S. Senator John Cornyn, calling Paxton a true MAGA warrior. And Cornyn, very disloyal to me, in a social media post.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton easily defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn in the GOP runoff after securing a last-minute endorsement from President Trump.
President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement in this is the most powerful force in politics.
It's the latest example of the president using his power and influence to oust incumbents who have been critical of him. From Thomas Massie in Kentucky to Bill Cassidy in Louisiana.
ABC's Rachel Scott right there.
The recovery operation to find the 9 missing employees following the chemical explosion at a paper mill in Washington state is underway. Officials describe it as a slow, methodical, and deliberate mission. It's believed 90,000 gallons of chemicals are still inside the collapsed tank at the Nippon Dynawave packaging facility.
The EPA is here on the ground in Longview investigating the potential impacts to the air and water quality. This as the National Guard has been activated and a federal investigation is underway as this recovery effort painfully continues.
ABC's Melissa Aiden reporting.
Polymmonium. P-A-U-L-O-M-O-N-I-U-M. Polymmonium.
Polymmonium is spelled P-O-L-E-M-O-N-I-U-M.
And no one knows what polymmonium is, but a Chandler 8th grader who was a finalist in last year's Scripps Spelling Bee was eliminated from this year's contest after failing to spell polymmonium. Esha Marapodi made it to the 9th round. That's pretty dang good.
It is. And here's what the word means.
Yeah, before misspelling the word, which means what?
A genus of plants commonly known as Jacob's ladders.
You can read more about this story at KTAR. What is Jacob's ladders?
It's a plant. It's a flower. And it's in the Bible.
Just do the next story.
Okay.
Eyes on Education.
Obviously, we need this. Education. Arizona was named the new national network for microelectronics education's Southwest Regional Hub.
The hub will work with over 45 partners from local K-12 schools to semiconductor manufacturers to help connect companies and create workforce pathways. The program will be run by the Semi Foundation and Arizona Commerce Authority, with $5 million in federal funding in its first year. Kolu Wilson, Chief Workforce Officer with the Arizona Commerce Authority, says this will help expose local educational organizations to resources they need.
I just had a conversation with Pima JTED. They're looking to build out their career and technical education program in the semiconductor industry. They are now able to leverage all of the tools and the resources and the curriculum by other partners that are within our regional node. They don't have to start from scratch.
The state hub will also service Southern California, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. Shira Tenzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education.
Maybe you can find out what a Jacob's ladder is.
Maybe I can.
A Jamaican national pleads guilty in a lottery and romance scheme that targeted an 85-year-old Arizona woman. Sherwayne Benjamin Belafonte, a.k.a. Iceman, admits in his plea to luring the Arizona woman into the scheme by pretending to be romantically involved with her. He sent her flowers and love messages while also leading her to believe she'd won the lottery and would need to pay in order to claim the prize. As a result of the scheme, the victim lost more than $450,000.
My goodness.
That Belafonte agreed to pay in restitution. Read more about the scheme at KTAR.com.
We shall see if he pays back the $450,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. The Diamondbacks played day baseball today in San Francisco, and they got another win over the Giants.
Woo-hoo.
They swept that series 3-2 final score. They're off tomorrow, and they'll head to Seattle Friday for a 3-game series with the Mariners. Mercury faced the New York Liberty today. The Liberty beat the Mercury. Final score 84-74. This loss puts the Mercury at 2 wins, 4 losses on the season. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
According to reports, less than 1% of people in the world have run a marathon. Our next guest has put it off for a little while, but he's planning to check it off his list this weekend. Bill Schwarz from Mesa joins us now. He's going to run his first ever marathon this weekend at the Rock and Roll Running Series in San Diego. And Bill, let everyone know in our audience right now just how young you are.
90 years old.
Wow. Good for you, Bill. You've been running a long time. Why have you put off this marathon, though, for so long?
I've just been grateful for my health and all that. I did 5 half marathons this last season, so it's like, well, that's just another half marathon on the addition, so it's no big deal.
If you can do one, you can do 2, back to back, right?
That's right. That's right.
Bill, as somebody who's done 2 marathons, I have to tell you, that last 5 or 6 miles does not feel like just another half marathon. So you're going to be in for it, but we're all cheering for you. What led you to decide to do this now at age 90?
Well, I'm grateful for my health.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a way of expressing my gratitude for my health.
I can believe that. That's awesome. Now, let me ask you this. How have you been training? I mean, you know, you can't just, even though you've been running for a while, You don't just go, I'm going to run a marathon. I'm going to do it this weekend. What have you been up to? Have you been planning?
I started out, there's a running technology called Run, Walk, Run, Walk. And they start you out with a little timer, and you run for 10 seconds and walk for 30 seconds. And so I took that all the way up to where I'm able to do a half marathon without walking.
It's incredible.
And so, yes. But I've been running for a full year preparing for this. And I've been, probably 14 miles a day just in my warm-ups. And then I do additional long runs during the Saturday of the week. So I've been putting in quite a few miles.
Yes, you have.
I'm earning my right to participate in this race.
Heck yeah, you are. Bill Schwarz, Mesa resident. Bill, before we get you out of here, what advice would you give to someone who's watching our show tonight and maybe taking on a challenge or struggling with something in life in terms of, choosing to do something difficult like running a marathon? You said you're grateful for your health, but 90 years old, when you accomplish this, that's going to be quite the feat. What advice would you have for people out there?
To me, life is happening. Am I going to participate in it, or am I just going to watch other people do it? I am going to participate. I just got married 4 months ago.
You got me. Congratulations. 4 months ago, you're a newlywed, Bill Schwarz.
Yes, I know. And my wife is my biggest supporter.
I'll bet she is. And she's going with you to San Diego for the marathon run, correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay, one last question for you. After you finish the marathon, then what are you going to do?
Keep running.
You going to run back home to Mesa? I thought you might say I thought you might say you're going to go to Disneyland.
I did for my birthday.
There you go.
He is a busy guy. Good for you, Bill. I want to be Bill.
Bill, I've got to say, I want to do 50 miles in a day. So after you do this marathon next year, I think you and I go for 50 miles in a day.
All right. Why not?
All right.
Let's do it.
We're on it, Joe.
Bill Schwarz, Mesa resident, going to be running this Sunday in the Rock and Roll out in San Diego. We wish you the best of luck, Bill. We'll be cheering you on.
Yes, we will.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
He's awesome. Coming up, he died 25 years ago, and investigators are still trying to figure out who he is. We're going to introduce you to Sleeping Bag Man. We're less than 5 minutes away for more on that story and another traffic check. KTAR News Time is 6:40.
I'm 25 pounds down. I feel fantastic. You just heard us talking to Bill Schwarz there in Mesa. I feel fantastic, not so much due to my running, though I'm enjoying my runs. It does help. But thanks to soda. How did I do all this? It started with my nutritionist at Soda, Kristen, and their dynamic diet. Soda's nutritionists, they're specifically trained to customize a diet to each person because we've all got different food responses, sensitivities, habits. A one-size-fits-all approach, it just doesn't work. Soda's dynamic diet highlights everybody's personalized approach. And what'd that look like for me? More protein on the days that I run, so I'm not starving or feeling ridiculously hungry at the end of the day. There's got to be a catch, right? No. Soda's no shots, no pills, no crazy restrictions. It's just a smarter way to eat and check-ins with a nutritionist. If you join now, your partner joins for free. That's 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. SodaDietNutrition.com. That's Soda, S-O-T-A, dietnutrition.com, or their phone number, 866-800-SODA, S-O-T-A. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort.
Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now it's the final days of our Everything's on Sale event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses. Our Memorial Day event ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizinga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
For life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Deal or no deal, the world awaits what's happening in Iran. We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News at 6:45. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn.
Found over 25 years ago, shot multiple times and left in a sleeping bag near Lake Havasu. Who is Sleeping Bag Man? Well, our television partners at ABC 15 brought you this story a few weeks ago, and now the Mojave County Sheriff's Office has gotten some fresh tips in the case. Here to fill us in on what's going on with this story, Ashley Holden, a reporter with our television partners at ABC 15. Hi, Ashley. Thanks for joining us. And what can you tell us about Sleeping Bag Man, this guy who's been unidentified for 25 years?
Yeah, a John Doe. And I first and foremost want to start, because this is the biggest question we get when we cover this case, is there are so many people out there that want to know, what about genetic genealogy? We have so much technology these days. And so people are kind of mystified at the fact that this John Doe is still a John Doe all these years later. And in our episode, we cover the fact that they have been trying to use genetic genealogy. They haven't been able to find a close enough match. And so right now, they're pretty much going to the public and reaching back out to them. That was really the emphasis in our first story, and it's an emphasis again now. So we have done one episode of our streaming series of Arizona Crime Uncovered. That's part one. We actually just posted a part two, because after we did our first episode, the Mojave County Sheriff's Office, they actually got a pretty big call in the case. And this was someone who said, I think I recognize that forensic sketch that was actually done back in 2001. We, in our first episode, showed pieces of evidence that they brought out of the box and bags that they had. And this caller said, I think I recognize those pieces of evidence that you're showing as well. And they even gave a partial name. And that partial name is Joseph Kane, or this person could have been going by James Kane as well. And the emphasis this time is that MCSO really, really believes that someone who is in the jet skiing community, because apparently this person that could be sleeping bag man was painting jet skis up in the Lake Havasu community. And so they think that someone up there might know something, and they are hoping that they see this information, that there's actually a new flyer that they put out in the case with more information. I posted that on my social media. They're hoping that someone sees this and someone else has an aha moment, because remember, they're looking for a last name. What is really interesting is this partial name of Joseph Kane or James Kane. When you look at the evidence that they showed us, there's actually a flashlight, and stamped at the bottom are the initials JKP. And this person who called in remembers that this person that they knew, their last name also started with a P. They just can't remember it. And the person that they are thinking about, they don't know where they are at this time, and they think they could be this sleeping bag man. So this has been a cold case for many, many years, and now we're getting new leads in the case. And I'm feeling very hopeful. This is part of the reason why we cover cold cases. Really, the main reason is to hopefully get new tips, new leads in the case, and hopefully solve this.
Ashley Holden from our TV partner at ABC 15 joins us right now. And Ashley, there's actually another lead from out of state, too, that doesn't have anything to do with those initials JKP potentially, right?
There is a connection that this person believes could be with this man they knew. And that is, they think that this person may have had a connection to Florida. But the focus right now is, well, they want to put out all this information, and I'll run through it kind of really quickly. James Kane or Joseph Kane, they think this man might have at one point lived in the Kimberly Apartments and was a painter of jet skis, might have worked at a local paint shop, could have had a connection to Florida. What they really need right now is to figure out, does this name fit? Is this sleeping bag man? Is there someone out there that has a last name? But maybe Florida could ring a bell for someone. Maybe they met someone all these years ago and thinks, you know, I recognize all these different things. And I met a man who told me he's from Florida. I also want to point out the caller who called in, there's a very specific t-shirt that sleeping bag man was found in. And the caller recognized that shirt and had actually been at the event for Hot Boat magazine where those shirts were handed out. And so there's very specific pieces of evidence here. So hopefully people will go look at those pieces of evidence, look at the sketch, hear the partial name, and hopefully this will jog someone's memory. Or maybe it's someone who worked at the local paint shop or was into the jet skiing community.
Or a customer, maybe someone who had a jet ski and brought in that he painted the jet ski. Yeah.
You just never know. And with these cold cases, MCSO had put out Facebook posts already on this case when we covered it and we put out our episode. You just never know when something is going to reach someone and they're going to have a moment where they think, I might know that person. So we're hoping that it happens again.
Yeah, as evidenced by the person who called in and had quite a bit of information that could be some very good tips. That sounds, really good. Some things to work on. So, Ashley, if somebody would like to see more about this on the stories you've been putting out there, where do they go?
Yes, so you can go to the ABC 15 YouTube page, and if you click on podcasts, we actually have all our episodes of Arizona Crime Uncovered, and the first two are on Sleeping Bag Man. So you can go click there. You can see all the information. There's also, we make very clear the number for the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. If you have a tip, please call them. I've actually had some people reaching out to me. We've even already had some comments on our YouTube page since our second episode came out as well. So we're very hopeful. And I've had some people saying, I'm going to send this to my friend who lived in the Lake Havasu community 40 years ago. That's what really this case needs, is to have these episodes and this information shared so it reaches people that lived in Lake Havasu. And this was again back in October 2000. The person who made this call knew this man in the early 90s. And so we're hoping someone who lived there, visited, or was in that area around that time, something will click for them and they'll get another tip.
So if you have any information, you're asked to call the Mojave County Sheriff's. That's 928-753-0753, extension 4408. Again, 928-753-0753, 4408. Ashley Holden from our TV partners at ABC 15, thank you so much this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a bunch. Let's get a check on traffic right now with Commander Bill at Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Accident, this one along Pinnacle Peak westbound at I-17. It's a collision, couple lanes blocked, so make sure you squeeze all the way to your left and use that turn lane as you drive by. 35th Avenue at Peoria in the Metro Center area crash. That one involves a bicycle. Traffic brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear with a low around 67 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, the high in the low to mid-90s, 93. And right now in Phoenix, 86 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up, how much does the average CEO make? Well, we're less than 5 minutes away from that story.
30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads. Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night. Coming up June 6th, and KTAR has family 4-packs to give away. Text BOBBLE to 620-620 or visit the KTAR contest page to enter. KTAR News Time, 6:53.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Access to affordable credit helps me pay my employees, but I don't really need it.
Inflation is killing me. But who cares? Big retailers are making record profits. That's why we support the Durbin Marshall credit card bill.
See? Banks and credit unions help small businesses make payroll. This bill would cut the vital resources they need.
While increasing megastore profits. They deserve it, don't they?
Tell Congress, stop the Durbin Marshall money grab for corporate megastores.
Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You know that pile by the front door. Backpacks, cleats, water bottles, shoes kicked off in every direction, and that's just Monday. What if every kid had their own spot? Hooks, cubbies, a place for every uniform, every bag, all ready to grab and go. Space Solutions is family owned. We've got busy kids too. That's why we build custom landing zones designed for real families. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
LaDonna here. You ever feel like 50 miles of bad road? Oh, wait, that's me. Or just like you're driving on 50 miles of bad road? Listen tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News, and catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm Joe Huizinga. Our top stories tonight, the latest report on what top corporate chiefs are getting in pay and benefits. Has some eye-popping numbers. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Topping all corporate chieftain compensation is Tesla head Elon Musk, with a pay package valued at $132 billion. The typical CEO comp deal rose nearly 6% last year to $17.7 million, says the analysis by Equilar, an executive data firm for the Associated Press. The median employee at the companies earned just under $90,000, a 4.7% increase, outpacing inflation, but many workers were pinched by the accumulation of higher prices over the past few years.
I think we got into the wrong job. We should have been CEOs. Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, political consultant Stan Barnes joining Arizona's Morning News at 6:44 to talk about the recent controversy surrounding Mark Lamb. Be sure you check out Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey 5 to 8 tomorrow morning, and you can watch them on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
You have a good news story to send us home?
I do. And, you know, we talked to Bill Schwartz a little bit ago, who's that was last half hour. He's running a marathon for the first time this weekend.
Age 90.
He's 90. Okay, now let's meet Susan Young Brown, who just turned 108.
Oh.
With a big birthday party at the Modern Maturity Center in Dover, Delaware. She works out there 3 times a week. There were 130 people in attendance, including the governor of Delaware, Matt Meyer. And as a gift, Brown was given a parking spot right in front of the building that is reserved for those 100 years old or more. Yes, a parking spot for a car. Because Brown told everyone at the party the state just renewed her driver's license and she is good to go until 2033 when she'll be 115.
Oh, my goodness.
Beep, beep. Watch out.
Exactly. The Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest.